What is up, everybody? Welcome back. Charlie Kirk coverage. Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing day 4. Lance Twiggs day. So it's not Thursday. It's Twiggs day. Again, welcome everybody. Truth and Transparency. My name is Lana, and I'll be your host as always. If you're watching this live with us on Twitter, you can switch on over to YouTube so you can use the live chat feature and chat with other people. If you're watching this on replay, you can leave a comment in the comment section of the video. But at some point, you're going to have an opinion, hopefully. Otherwise, I can't get down like that. But thumbs it up or thumbs it down. You have an opinion, and I will never tell you how to think. We're just going to make sure that you have the right information. Give a shout out to Brandy Church Hill. I saw her timeline that she posted. Wanted to give her props for it. The only thing that she messed up with is that fourth trip is at 12:30 a.m. But she put p.m. So it's just a typo. Otherwise, if you haven't had a chance to check it out, I printed it off and I'll show you guys. Also, Mr. Coleman, he did a great job last night. Got to check a little bit of it out. Candace is on fire. Everybody's just losing their minds. But a big thing to take away is when you literally just turn on the television, like I did last night, I was putting lights up outside and doing stuff outside. And I had Nancy Grace on, not by choice. It just happened to come on. And listening to her coverage of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing has to be literally the funniest thing. Again, just taking me back to my Idaho 4 days. Just Wowsville, you know. Wow. But Mr. Coleman did a great job pointing out the fact. Let's take a look at Tyler's car. Let's take a look at the car when it was towed. His parents brought him in. They towed his vehicle from his parents' house. License plate holder. Okay. The license plate holder is right there. The version of the car that we see coming out of that parking garage, that's almost as bad as the white Elantra when they put all the little covers on it, the little filters on it. I mean, you guys, I'm sorry, but our common sense does not leave us. We do not check that at the door. So please don't check your common sense. Let your common sense check you. Okay. So I want you guys to tell me if you think this is odd. So they say that Tyler Robinson arrived on campus at 8:29 a.m., right? Level 1, 8:29 a.m. When his vehicle gets to level 2, they say that camera is wrong. Okay? They said that camera is wrong. But guess what? You have a guy that's testifying on the stand that the camera's right because he says Tyler Robinson is making his way for the first time ever to the amphitheater at 9:24. And that he returns to his vehicle at 9:25. If you had been working this case for 10 months on the stand, how do you possibly make this mistake? Just go for the testimony. And everybody says, Lana, but they already talked about that. They said the timestamps and blah, blah, blah. You guys, I don't give a flying fuck about what anybody tells me. I do not care. I do not care what the prosecution wants to claim and what the defense will or will not stipulate to. Because I've personally worked cases with a defense attorney, okay, with families, with a defendant, where I had to call out an attorney for stipulating to a 911 call that didn't exist. I said, at the preliminary hearing, you were willing to stipulate to the 911 call. You understand that. To a fucking ex-federal prosecutor, I had the balls to say this too. Like, you do realize that you stipulated at a preliminary hearing. And then long story short, that 911 call doesn't get played. You want to know why? Not only does it not get played, but it doesn't even get offered after the defense said that they would stipulate to it. The prosecutor walks himself back, quietly, doesn't make any, noise about it. And he simply does not offer the exhibit at a preliminary hearing. That prosecutor would go on to be found dead on the side of the road about 6, 7, 8 months after I started my videos on the case. About a month after I started really hammering down on the 911 call. He was just found dead on the side of the road. They said it was just natural causes. He had a heart attack. No autopsy. So I don't want to hear anybody ever tell me about a fucking thing, about anybody stipulating to shit. These lawyers, they're worried about the law. Do you hear all the arguing that they make? It's all about Tyler Robinson's constitutional rights. That's all they're focused on. Okay. Now, which they should be. But they're criminal researchers. I love how Candace said, hey, do you guys want that file folder with, everybody wearing maroon clothing that day? Yeah, Candace. I don't care who would have said it. So again, here we go. Really quick rundown here as we got 12 minutes before we're going on. In case you guys are new here, Hector the Projector. This is Hector the Projector. And let me show you what I mean by Hector the Projector. In here, we print shit off. We fucking show it to you and so I'm showing you here. This is, again, I've already given props to her, but Brandy, great job. Now remember, Brandy, Turtle Riders went after her. She wasn't allowed to talk negative about them or about Turtle Boy and his ways that he would be because she's like, oh my God, they will come for you. They will do all these crazy things to you. Brandy, you don't ever have to be afraid to be awesome. I love timelines. You guys know, like, that's all I do is timelines. So thank you. Do you know how many visual learners there are in the world? Everybody would prefer to be seeing something, as they're being read it. Okay. Or as they're doing it themselves. Why? Well, think about when we were younger and our parents would read to us when we would go to bed. They would take a book out. They'd open up the book. They'd read us the book while we were like right there with them. Right? Such great memories. So give it up for Brandy. Here we go. So this is the timeline that the prosecution has presented. Car matching Tyler's Robinson's arrives on campus. Suspect wearing maroon t-shirt, shorts, hat, and gray sneakers. This is, though, on level 1. So I said I was going to wait to show you mine. Let me get my little pen out here. This is level 1. Okay. But level 2 camera. (9:24 a.m.) Now, the testimony said that the suspect exits the parking deck towards campus, makes contact with reps from TPUSA. No cam. Now, this is where I want to point this out, that this is why it looks the way that it does. Suspect goes back downstairs in parking garage towards the car. Why would the suspect go downstairs? Now, this is where it's like, actually, no. So again, I love timelines, but I have to point something out. This 9:24 a.m. timestamp that they showed in court during their compilation video, this was attributed to the first trip going to the amphitheater. You understand? So this actually goes right here. Okay. and is the way that it was testified to is that this is part of this whole debacle that I've been saying. Wow, how convenient. Are they going to try to sit here and say that the cameras were off an hour? Okay. Because it's like literally on the money. And then I said to you guys, well, I think I found a way to figure this out. When he supposedly leaves after the first time going there, okay? When he leaves after the first time going there, okay? I said, look at him pull away. What's the timestamp? I said, now look at him. That's level 2. Now look at him. Remember I said, oh, who fixed the cameras? Because the time was all caught up. There was no time issues. Okay. Meaning that level 1 and level 2 timestamps didn't need to be fixed when he's leaving after being there for the first time. But what I noticed is I said, it does not take you 8 minutes to get, and this is something I noticed in the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. Another case where I proved that the cops were there prior to the witnesses arriving, which means the cop was there when the kid got shot. How did I figure that out? Because thank God it rained that night. If it wouldn't have rained, I couldn't prove it. There was no, the pavement underneath the cop car was dry. They didn't find this in the trial. They didn't find this leading up to the trial because Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s attorneys never even opened up the discovery. The cop car underneath it, the pavement should have been wet. It was dry, these motherfuckers. And then I had another cop who wasn't even dispatched, who wasn't even working, was there within 30 seconds of the 911 call. And he physically lives 10 to 15 minutes away from the scene. Explain that. But I was able to find a car that was registered to his immediate family right on camera right before the 911 call. But how crazy is that, that holy shit, if it wouldn't have rained, we wouldn't have been able to prove that. So going back over here, Tyler Robinson is supposedly in the car parking garage for something like 8 minutes from the time that we see him pulling away on level 2 to then getting in and leaving out level 1. 8 minutes. 8 motherfucking minutes. That's what happened in the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. I said, wait a second. Sheldon leaves his house. He's on camera. I said, to get to the next camera they have, which is the Dollar General, I said, it takes, I basically lived half of the year for 2 years in Aliquippa to do a big, huge investigation on that case in Pennsylvania. I said, it takes, there's no traffic lights. There's no stop signs. The first traffic light that you get to is where the first camera is, which is at the Dollar General. And it takes, a minute and 30 seconds. Because there is no, it can't possibly take longer unless there was like a car accident where the road was shut down. I was like, wait a second. It doesn't take you 9 minutes to get to the Dollar General. I was like, do you think that his defense team brought that up? No. Was it very, very important? Fuck yeah, it was. Because you want to move either him being that's not his vehicle, right? Or that vehicle clearly went somewhere else before it got to that point. And it was probably really important if you would have got that information. And they had the information. The lawyers had it and they didn't use it. So going back to this is I want to know why nobody wants to talk about the fact that Tyler Robinson gets right into his vehicle. Supposedly it's him, pulls out, and what the fuck he would be doing in a parking garage that does not take 8 minutes to get from floor 2 to floor 1 to leave. Do you know how long 8 minutes is? You don't realize how long 8 minutes is. 8 minutes is a long time. Especially when you want to have sex. Like you're like, dude, can you just go like 8 minutes tonight? That's for all my guys out there. Now, again, so here they basically want to say this 924 suspect goes back downstairs in parking garage towards the car. No, that is actually assigned to, like I said earlier, 925 suspect returns to his car. This is what I was losing it. Okay, losing it. Because I'm like, hello, that means that he just walked down realize that, oh, I forgot something, or I'm just leaving and goes right back up. And that's where that's where people have come at me saying, man, I know that the time is off. The time is off. I said, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't care what they're telling you. I am telling you that the guy that testified, listen to his words. Now, 9:33, car pulls out of parking deck. Exactly. 9:33. They're saying car pulls out of spot and heads towards parking deck exit. No, that's not the right time. It's this. And that's where I'm coming up with that it's 8 minutes. So this, again, I love a good timeline, but this is 9:26. Because I made you guys watch it yesterday. Which again is why I'm saying that this is your 7 to 8 minutes. And it does not take 7 to 8 minutes to get from floor 2 to floor 1. Then they're saying the second time that this person returns, again, no vehicle, just on foot. And this is the 10:09. Suspect returns on foot. Okay. And by the way, this is the level 2. Oh, that's this time. And then what you want to pay attention to is right here, which will show it. That whole front shit. Huh? You guys, look at the front of this car. And then look at the front of the vehicle that was towed away from his parents' house. It's priceless. It's not the same. It is not the same. Okay, we're dealing with cameras that are 2025, not 2018, not 2015. We are dealing with cameras on that campus, and it is the year of 2025. This vehicle, the front end, not the same at all of the vehicle that was towed away and that was Tyler Robinson's, and we'll show that. And that's what Mr. Coleman pointed out yesterday. I thought he did a great job. Maybe I'll try to clip that, or maybe there is a clip. I'll share it. Next. So again, we're back over here to this 10:09 a.m. So here we have this gap from 9:33 or it's 9:36, but anyways, it's to 10:09. Where's Tyler? Don't know, right? 10:09. Hey, we see a guy in a maroon shirt. That's got to be him. And this is the time that they say that he comes on campus and he's going to go eat. Okay. Okay, so suspect returns on foot in the same clothing, carrying a blue book bag again, enters campus through parking lot, and we're going to talk about that. The backpack's different. The suspect exits the parking deck. He goes to Chick-fil-A, okay, on campus and eats lunch. There's no fucking cameras over there. There's no cameras. Oh, there are, guys, but it's just so bad. They're not going to show us that. 11 a.m. Suspect exits just before 11 a.m. It is believed he went into the wooded area along the northeast side of Campus Drive. But only pictures that, we're using here for this return is what? Now, then we have downtime here from 11 to 11:53, but 11:53, hey, guess what? Here he is. This is him. Now, for me, people are like, Lana, do you think that this is ever going to fly in a preliminary hearing? Could this ever get tossed? You guys have to show me that this is all the same person. And do we think that they're doing that? How are you proving to me, I guess, probable cause wise, the standard beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, not even close. But How am I supposed to say that this person is this person? What have you shown me to do that? Right? And I kept on asking myself, why do they really want to talk so much about this, at nighttime, at 10:25, going over there and then talking about then at 10:35 you have the vehicle by the Nobles, that type of shit. You guys, again, there is no identification of that vehicle, and we're going to sit here and act like, I mean, that's we're talking 12 hours later just to say like that's the vehicle that asked some cop, and some cop ran some partial because that cop was like, you know what, this is just a weird interaction. Don't you think every interaction that that cop would have had that day would have been weird? That's who I would have called in if I was the you know defense. Fuck, you want to really pull all stops out? Call Tyler Robinson to the stand. Everyone's making a big deal that they've never seen a preliminary hearing like this. And I'm like, what are you talking about? When do we ever get preliminary hearings like this? Let's just go there. I've never seen this before. When they're going and they're doing all these things. What do you mean? You've never seen somebody combat evidence before? They're supposed to be a slam dunk. And the shit that they're showing us is the shit that they put out day one of this entire case. With the exception of what? Please. All right. It's 11:03. We're going to go into court. Remember, court decorum, guys. It hasn't started yet, but this is wild. This case, wild. We're going to go with court TV today. I like the sound. I thought it was appropriate. Pull this up a little bit. You guys, it is not Thursday. It is Twiggs Day. I need to get my, hold on one second. You guys deserve a little cowbell this morning. Let's get the cowbell going. Okay. You guys, we got issues with the height. Now, I really want to, at the break here, I really want to talk about this DNA, this whole 11 to 89%. We're really going to talk about that. But you know what we didn't see is when does the suspect here, this person, before 12:15 when they're on the roof, when do they go to the roof between 8:29 arriving on campus and 12:15? Like, when do they go up there, like, prior to that? They didn't go and check that spot out to see, like, hey, there's no cops up there, or like it's just totally like unsecure. What was the purpose of getting there at, I don't know, 8:30 in the morning? Well, if you listen to Nancy Grace and the shit she was spewing last night, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That this kid went through such lengths. He's there early. He has a change of clothes. He da-da-da. These people must be high as kites. I thought nowadays we have, such great cameras that they can do, you wouldn't be thinking, if you're Tyler Robinson, that the facial recognition, you're not thinking that flock cameras, do they even use those over there? Just because an officer says that he believes that that's Tyler Robinson, who? Tyler Robinson at what, 8:30? Okay. And then I hear people say, but he's not even a student there. Well, no shit, he's not a student there. You don't need to be a student there. let me tell you something. If Charlie Kirk was speaking at Ohio State's campus, it's open to the public, right? It's right in my backyard. I could go to it, right? Campus is open. You don't like right when you get on property during the middle of a day on like a day during the week, and they're like, "Oh, let me see your student ID." Fuck, are you kidding me? I can't believe people are writing that. That everyone's forgetting that Tyler Robinson wasn't a student there. What the fuck does that matter? Well, what do you mean everybody forgot? Nobody forgot that. That's irrelevant. Why would he be there? Because Charlie Kirk is there, God damn it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm telling you right here and right now, Charlie Kirk welcomed the debate. People aren't getting up there and talking to him that are like, yeah, Charlie, let me suck you off, man. I agree with everything you're saying. People that go up there and talk to Charlie Kirk were people that wanted to have like that debate, that conversation. Mind blown over here. Mind blown. And it's like, God bless America, man. But I love to know that way more and more people, because I'll go and I'll check like different, like, you know, how many views something's getting. And it's like, thank God for all the people with the bigger platforms that have YouTube channels. Okay. Or bigger presences on like Twitter and shit like that. Because they didn't back down from like saying like, we're allowed to ask questions, you guys. And asking questions doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist. Asking questions is like anything in life. Okay. If you're not taught to ask questions, then your parents failed you. I hate to tell you that. Okay. You ask questions when you don't understand something. You ask questions for clarity. Okay. You also can raise your hand and ask, to not even like maybe say, ask a question, but give a statement about it. But the day we stop asking questions is the day we're the United States of America. That's a right to ask questions. When you make inconsistent statements, like people have pertaining to TPUSA, it has nothing to do with what side of the argument you're on. It's just when you make inconsistent statements, be prepared to have that thrown at you. When the guy that goes up to the roof goes up there with another armed man who he doesn't know, and his body worn camera just happens to die. Excuse me. Oh, by the way, guys, I got us a copy. I got a friend to give me a copy. I said, hey, take a picture of your body worn camera, your eyesight down, looking at it. What does it look like? I put this out, and I want to put it out again here, since we're just, waiting for these people. But that guy that testified, and see, this is just where details to me matter, because if you want to catch him in like a lie, then you gotta know your shit here. But I didn't appreciate the defense asking that guy just one question about that. Like, well, we only have 27 minutes here. Where's the rest of your body cam? And he's saying it must have died. Okay, well, let's talk about that for a minute. What do you mean it must have died? Isn't it true that, and then go through the steps, and then also say when you look down at your body camera, it tells you what your percentage is of your battery. So you went to work doing an overtime shift to make time and a half plus 24% of your benefits. You did all that. We're happy to take that type of money. And then you're going to come in here and half-ass it. And then show, wouldn't you have known that your body-worn camera wouldn't have made it through your shift, if your body worn camera is at X percentage, when you look down to like put your body cam on, and here, let me show you what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm just so sick and tired of this shit. So the body camera dies at the exact moment that we need it to work, and no one wants to ask questions about that. Yeah, no, we are. We are asking questions. And I think that this judge has his hands full. I think that as bad as I want to hear from Tyler, or not Tyler, but Lance Twiggs Day here, not Thursday, it's Twiggs Day. You know, I definitely don't want to get overturned on an issue. Okay, let me pull up my pick. I showed it the other day, yesterday, but I think I showed it earlier. Cross-examination of this guy could be so good. All right. Do I like the judge? Yes, I do. He's just really methodic. He's really slow, but I think he's being he reminds me like the fairness. Oh God. Like I think this is the most fair judge that I've seen. I think that he's done a remarkable job, especially for people that are following it that want to know and are being walked through it. Like this is totally the judge for you. You know, there's just some stuff that, like, come on, man. Okay, let me show you what this guy would have been looking down at when he got to work and put on his body cam. This is what he would have been looking down at. And this is all you'd want to show the judge. I'd show this to the judge. I would say, this is the view. Here you go. So this is the top of the body camera. This is the top of it. And right here, when you're like, so like the right hand, if you're looking at this right now, to the right of it, that's where the camera is. It's you know, facing outward from the vest of the chest. Okay. And right here is the view when you're looking down. Okay. So taking a picture like this, and all I did was condense it. So this is what you would see when you're looking down. You see my battery has 87% and it's sleeping right now. It's not on. That's what that says. And so a guy who is a veteran, who has been around for many, many years, was working at an overtime, easy peasy little shifty poo here. And to collect his time and a half plus that 24% benefits as well, said, I am so cool with it being okay of putting on a body camera that literally would have showed something under 10%. You would know that your body camera, like before you even go and take a step into the field, you know that you are not properly equipped. And so I wanted everybody to see this, that this is what you're looking down on. And so think about that. That's some fucked up shit. And so do I believe that his body worn camera died, or did he shut off, or did he shut it off? And Nestor can actually go, and the deals that they have with these body cameras, you can get a lot of information from them. So if I'm her and you believe that this is messed up, which I believe it would be messed up, like, what are the odds? Everything's just like, what are the odds? What are the odds? Yeah, what are the odds? So let's look into it. But this is what you're looking down on. And so this is somebody who was at work, just like it should be, right? Looking down, hey, take a picture of your body on camera and see what it's at right now. And how long have you been at work? And how long would 87% last you? And so everybody can get fucked because this is what that officer just was like fine with doing his shift, knowing that the only reason he's there and has this overtime opportunity is he's supposed to be there in case something happens, right? I mean, why else do we have police officers there? And here he knew he was not prepared. And so I just think that this should be hammered. Hammered. But this is what should be shown, is to say, like, you knew. Is this what your body-worn camera looks like when you look down on it? Because your fellow Utah officers, this is what it looks like for them. And how many different people did you say came and helped out that day? How many different agencies? Your body-worn camera just shut off. Oh, because it died. Well, you knew it was going to die. And you were okay with that. So everybody can just sit and spin. But this is what it would have shown. And so he would have been looking at a body camera that was less than 10%. Less than 10%. Starting his shift with a body camera less than 10%. Why would you ever do that? Knowing that you're going to the Charlie Kirk special event. And you're specifically picking up this overtime shift during this slot for that event. This is an oxymoron to me. And so everybody can sit and spin. Everybody that does not see that this is a problem, that man made a decision to continue to walk, meaning I don't need to get a new battery or I don't need to swap out my cam. I'm fine. He made that decision. And if he didn't check it, again, he made that decision to not check it. I'm sick and tired of, what happens when you go to Burger King or McDonald's and you order whatever and they don't give you the right order? Do they tell you just to deal with it? No, you messed up. This isn't my order. No, I didn't. That's not what you said. Do you ever hear that from them? No, they correct it, right? They give you what you want. I mean, regardless of what you're going to say, they're going to make you your fucking new shit, right? It's funny when it comes to police officers, nothing like that ever happens, though. They don't ever correct themselves. They won't ever say they're wrong. They won't ever say they made a mistake. And here, this is a mistake. A big one. And we're not able to see evidence that this man wants to say happened because he did whatever the fuck he wanted to on an overtime shift when he was getting paid mass motherfucking money. Mass money per hours. Joke. So that's what you would be looking at. And that would mean, if you're just joining us, the body-worn camera is not on because it's sleeping. That's the moon. And then this guy at work, 87%. Actually, I should probably say girl. Female. I gotta love my cops, baby. So there you go. Now going back to the video of here we are. Are we back in session? Or are we still waiting? We're still waiting. Okay. I think there's tremendous pressure for this judge, and I think that he's handling it really, really well. I can't say anything bad about him. I mean, he's giving everybody the opportunity to be heard. He's got the patience of a saint. So again, guys, they want to talk about that this is a preliminary hearing and nobody's ever seen this done and da da da. You guys, we don't even get preliminary hearings because everybody's just getting rung up with being indicted through, grand jury. Okay. What we should be asking ourselves is, why the fuck did it take 10 months to have a preliminary hearing? When a preliminary hearing is supposed to happen with your constitutional rights, okay, a preliminary hearing is supposed to happen rapidly and somewhere between 10 days, 14 days. And so I'm just curious. Well, if we look at when the evidence was discovered, meaning when it was turned over to the defense, this happened on 9/10. And so if Tyler Robinson would have had his preliminary hearing, let's say even 9/30, okay, at the end of September, there was not a piece of discovery that the date that it was disclosed, there is nothing that was turned over to the defense, okay, prior to 10/13 of 2025. A month later, that they used, so this is the state's exhibit list. On 10/13/2025, the video of shooting from behind booth was turned over. A video of shooting from behind C. Kirk, 10/24/2025. 10/24. Photo of screwdriver. Remember, guys, that photo of the screwdriver comes not from some guy that's up on the roof that's like, oh, let me take a picture of this. Okay. The picture that's the 3.1 of the screwdriver, that image is of a lab worker / CSI team member that is up there because you could see the place cards. That's fucking nuts. We would have had his body camera, right, on, and you would have seen it in the body cam, hopefully, right? Also, there was no... So after Tyler Robinson allegedly supposedly shot, he was able to so quickly that projectile of the casing, oh, here it is, I got it right now, in 2 seconds, because whoops, I got it, and I'm able to just continue to go running. I mean, this is the fastest assassination. I mean, this is equivalent to Idaho 4, how fast they're saying that this happened. This person just getting up there untouched, running across the roof, then, getting prone and then wiggling and then, crawling army style, and then getting in position. And then again, wait, what was the purpose of the screwdriver for? I mean, what? The backpacks are different. The hairline is different. The height is all whack. But yeah, how do you go to a preliminary hearing? Because the defense has to have this stuff, otherwise you can't use it. So what would have been used against Tyler Robinson within 10 to 14 days? I'm just so sick and tired of these defense attorneys going to law school and nobody in the field that's teaching is saying, hey, we need to be prepared to start defending our clients and being ready for preliminary hearings, because this waiving your client's right to a preliminary hearing immediately, like they're supposed to, and then also waiving their right to a speedy trial, what are you doing? Those are rights, and they're afforded to you because if you're given a right, you guys, it definitely helps you. It doesn't hurt you. Why would you want to give the government, who has unlimited resources, to make a case against you? Why would you ever do that? And then to hear these attorneys say, well, I can't competently defend you. What are you talking about? You're going to get the material. Well, they're going to give me so much of the material. Really? They're going to data dump you, you think? Right before a preliminary hearing that's supposed to happen in 10 or 12 or 14 days? We'll deal with it. Because I'm not waiving my right to a speedy trial, and I'm not waiving my right to a speedy preliminary hearing. Because you have nothing to hold me here. And when you do, go file your fucking charges and come get me. They had nothing. But the reason that defendants are waiving their rights to these proceedings happening in a timely fashion for them is because of these lawyers are telling them that, well, you're going to have to waive your right to a speedy trial because I can't defend you. Like, I have to be effective and I'll be ineffective. And it's like, dude, okay, well, then I guess I'm going to go with the public defender's office, who can't do that to me. Oh, but they did, because, I mean, look what happened to Brian Koberger. He had the public defender's office. He didn't want to waive his right to a speedy trial. And Ann Taylor said basically what I just told you guys. But she was arguing, saying that she wanted it to be stayed for something, and you're making my client now choose between his two competing rights, and he shouldn't have to. Ann Taylor was right. Ann Taylor nailed it. That grand jury, everything that she wrote up about it, that motion, she fucking nailed it. They lied their asses off in that grand jury. Everybody did. And the prosecutors knew it, and that's why it was prosecutorial misconduct, because you're asking questions. You cannot ask questions of somebody knowingly knowing that you know that that's not you're setting them up to lie. You can't do that type of shit. That's prosecutorial misconduct. They did it. She argued it. She wrote a big old motion about it, filed all these things. That's the much larger issue. There was no probable cause. They made up all this shit, and the PCA is absolutely is just mind-blowing. They're doing it all in front of us. So here we are, Charlie Kirk case. They're doing all of this in front of us. And Charlie Kirk's family is over here. And it doesn't help when you have people like Nancy Grace and these other idiots that don't sit and watch this shit. They just want to do a recap and have their little experts come, and they didn't watch the shit. And then they all talk in circles and they all fluff each other's assholes. Okay. I'm not looking for a fluff piece. All right. I want a good debate, a healthy, respectable one of the merits of each and every case that I cover. But nobody wants any part of the smoke. Nobody wants Tina. Our rights, we talk about our rights. You guys, these aren't fucking his rights. We're talking about our rights.
Good morning. Thank you for the party's patience. Court is now in session. Calling case number 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Here we go.
Chad Grunander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill, Chris Ballard. For the state, County Attorney Jeff Gray also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, and Stacy Visser here for Mr. Robinson, who's seated at council table.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. And for the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Sorry. Good morning, Ms. Kirk. All right. As you've probably come to expect, I do need to read the following as it relates to today's preliminary hearing. The court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who may be present. The court is also mindful of its duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. And this prohibition does not apply to legal.
Okay, we've heard all of this before, but I have to tell you guys something. We sent a FOIA in, okay? And we sent a FOIA to Idaho. We covered like Idaho State Police. We did a couple of different counties. But listen to this. We then went as far as to send to the MMI, which is the Missing, Murdered, and Native Immigrants, okay? About the purging of a body cam that should have been uploaded to ISP master copy. We are fucking people up in Idaho. That's all I know.
And I invite you to do the same.
We are creating havoc.
Every person who is in attendance today and every day will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them. And pursuant to the standing decorum order by the court, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. Spectators shall not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case or to the status of this case as a capital offense. All right. As we begin this morning, I wish to I've taken a lot of time to think about the comments made by the parties yesterday, and there were additional briefings and a motion filed last night, and the court took the necessary time to readdress it and look at it and be prepared for this morning's proceedings. While I recognize especially how precious our time is, I also recognize that I need to be prepared for everything that's before me. And I took the time this morning to review what was filed since we adjourned yesterday until we came back on record. One of the motions filed last night was filed by Ms. Erica Kirk's attorney, and I wish to address that.
Okay.
And I realize that the parties may not have had a chance for defense or prosecution had a chance to respond to that. And before I address that, I wish to turn the time to you if you need the benefit of the record as it relates to what was filed by the attorney for victim representative Erica Kirk to the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Ballard on behalf of the state. We have reviewed that filing, and we believe that it fully accords with our position in our filing this morning that publishing exhibits to the courtroom is entirely appropriate and indeed honors the victim representative's right to be present in at this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. To defense, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. I read the pleading. I believe that every order that this court has made to date complies with and respects the the victim's rights under the Utah Constitution. I think that the rulings that the court has made the last few days do so. And I don't believe that the issues that are presently before the court going forward with the hearing with respect to exhibits in what I'll just call the 16 series interfere with any of the enumerated rights set forth in the Utah Constitution concerning the rights of a victim representative in any criminal proceeding. So that's our position. And I want to also be very mindful of timing issues because we spent a lot of time arguing without the court having the benefit of briefing yesterday. But we have witnesses we have to get to, including a defense witness who is not available after tonight. So I could, of course, as Your Honor knows, say much more, but the court has all the briefing, and I think we should move forward.
Thank you. And as it relates to transparency and publication, does the news media wish to be heard on this issue?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Only briefly, Your Honor. I've also reviewed the submission from yesterday. The court has always set this three-step process. And I think taking each of those stages, admissibility, publication to the courtroom, and coverage by the in-court cameras are three separate inquiries. Of course, the media believes, the media will be the party who stands here at this lectern and says, we believe we should see as much as possible. We're maximalist in that way, while recognizing the importance of protecting all the rights, including fair trial rights. But the idea of publishing something, of keeping something off of the cameras at the rear of the courtroom, but publishing it to those who are present here also is a meaningful step towards transparency. And to the extent that the court is not comfortable with placing something on the video feed, the media does believe that allowing the media representatives who are here and the members of the public who are here to view that, even if those watching on the live stream cannot, is a meaningful victory for transparency, and we of course support that.
Truth and transparency, baby.
All right.
That's why we named it this.
Your Honor, the state would like to be heard on the briefing briefly.
For,
The briefing that was submitted last night.
all right, so I want to address the motion filed by the attorney for the victim representative, and then we'll transition to that. I'm just trying to do it incrementally so we can get it all addressed.
They make great.
So in regards to that, and I appreciate the position of the parties, it is important for me to hear all sides. Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution recognizes important rights afforded to victims and victims' representatives, including the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and the right to be present and heard at critical stages of the proceedings. The court acknowledges the concerns raised in the motion regarding transparency and the ability to meaningfully observe the evidence presented during this hearing. At the same time, the court has an independent obligation to manage these proceedings in a manner that safeguards the rights of all parties. That includes honoring the rights of victims and victims' representatives while preserving the defendant's constitutional rights, including the right to a fair and impartial process. The court has considered the request that exhibits be displayed in real time to the courtroom. After careful consideration, the court determines that not all exhibits will be visually displayed to the gallery, and notes that it will use a tiered method as described. First, whether it will be admitted to the court for consideration as it relates to probable cause. Second, whether it will be displayed only to the gallery. And third, if it will be published through the camera to the public at large. This ruling is not intended to diminish the significance of the victim's representative rights or concerns. Rather, it reflects the court's responsibility to regulate the presentation of evidence in a manner consistent with the integrity of the proceedings and the fair trial rights implicated in this manner. The manner in which evidence is displayed remains in the court's discretion. That discretion must be exercised in a manner that is appropriate and appropriately balances Ms. Robinson's constitutional rights. I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights, Ms. Kirk's rights as a victim representative, and the court's obligation to conduct the proceedings that are fair, orderly, and appropriately transparent. Transparency is an important principle, but it must be maintained in a manner consistent with the constitutional rights and protections afforded to all parties. The court does not make a blanket ruling as it relates to any exhibit, and as previously stated, each exhibit will be afforded its own due in weighing whether it shall be published to the courtroom or beyond or not. And that concludes the court's ruling on that motion. All right, counsel, the last matter as it relates to the briefing, I'll hear that, and there is a slight edit to, and I'm not sure when the state wishes to publish
Unbelievable.
State's Exhibit 16. So turning to the state, do you wish to be heard about the motions filed last night prior to the publication of Exhibit 16? Again, it's your choice on how
God
you move
bless
forward.
it.
I just want to see which order you want to go.
We do want to be heard on the briefing from last night and specifically about Exhibit 16. I'm understanding Your Honor has an additional edit to that. Is that
I
correct?
do, and there might be value in hearing that, so that may or may not change your positions. So let me just put that on the record,
Okay.
and then I'll hear from you. I just want to make sure you're able to be afforded everything. So as it relates to the edits, last night, I believe it was between 6 minutes and 57 seconds and 20 minutes and 29 seconds, which is not to be played, and then 32 minutes and 55 seconds to 35 minutes and 47 seconds, which is not to be played. And I believe that what I received reflects that. And is that the understanding of the parties?
Yes.
All right, the state has said yes to the defense. I'm not saying if you agree with it, I'm just saying, does it reflect the timestamps?
May I have a moment?
Absolutely.
I mean, not again. Oh my God. Again, welcome to Twiggy Day, Thursday. I mean,
Go ahead, Judge. I think, Your Honor, and then let's just see what the court is referring to.
Well, I'm asking, did you receive a copy of the edited video?
Okay, so I'll answer that question directly. The state sent us a copy of the edited video. The redactions of the audio were exactly as the court ordered, but we noticed that the video, which followed, ended up being inconsistent with the redactions of the audio. So I brought that to the state's attention last night. I believe that they ultimately forwarded to the court what I'll call version 2 of the redactions, which redacts the video that would have made the audio redactions sort of superfluous or ineffective. So that's sort of where we are. But we may be not communicating with each other about the same issue. I'm not sure.
Well, okay, I just want to make sure that in regards to what was to be cut out comports with those timestamps I just gave.
It does. Plus, the parties believe that additional video needed to be cut out to match the court's intentions with respect to the audio.
Right, and this is what I'm going to next. Mr. Ballard?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we're on the same page. We did, in conjunction with discussions with the defense, first of all, we prepared the redacted video as Your Honor ordered. Then after discussing with the defense, we prepared a second version that still maintained the audio redactions as the court ordered, but we took out the video portions that the defense brought to our attention.
All right, and I didn't see that, but here in this is the court's own independent finding after spending significant time last night reviewing it. So I'm requesting a video only redaction between 20 minutes and 29 seconds and 25 minutes and 23 seconds. And so what I looked at was what was on screen So any video showing anything other than Mr. McBride and Lance Twiggs was to be redacted, with the exception of the screenshots of the images pulled from the surveillance video and the FBI bulletin, which I believe was also briefly displayed.
I think we're all on the same page based on what the court just said.
Your Honor, I think we have just a 1 second difference. Our timestamp is 25:22 of the additional edited version, but I think it still omits the video portion that we're discussing.
All right, well, it is a good day when we are literally on the same page. I'm glad that within 1 second, we are all in agreement about this. So that the court, and it sounds like you're one step ahead of the court. I was going to say that if you had it, you simply turn off the monitor for that section. But if you've already made that change, then all the better. There are 2 additional changes as well. And this is very short, and so I'll leave it to the state if you wish to just in real time pause and fast forward, or wish to redact it. I'll leave it to you. So the additional requested audio and visual redaction, so this is not to be played whatsoever, is 27 minutes, 18 seconds to 27 minutes and 25 seconds. And the second is 28 minutes and 11 seconds to 28 minutes and 18 seconds.
Your Honor, just to make sure that we've got that correct, the additional redactions would be 27 minutes and 18 seconds to 27 minutes and 25 seconds.
Correct for the first one.
7 seconds.
And then 28 minutes and 11 seconds to 28 minutes and 18 seconds.
7
Yes.
seconds.
And Your Honor, while we're talking about additional redactions, let me approach. When Your Honor made his ruling yesterday afternoon, it wasn't entirely clear the basis for these redactions that the court proposed. The state's understanding was that those additional redactions were based on the potential that the video 1102 would be showing duplicative evidence and would be displaying evidence that would be duplicative of future exhibits, and then also potentially a concern about admissions by the defendant. Portions that the court has ordered to be redacted do not have any of those concerns as far as the state's view of that evidence. And I would like to be able to point the court to those. We've got 2 brief portions that we believe don't implicate those concerns and should not be redacted.
All right.
Welcome.
Does Your Honor have the transcript
I do.
in front of you?
Earl Brown.
Okay.
Welcome. I mean, unreal. Unfucking believable.
But first of all, at the very, very bottom of page 10, beginning with the words, "was he?" And then over to page 11, down to timestamp 1646. That portion is not cumulative of additional exhibits, and it contains nothing that could be classified as an admission by the defendant. That's the first portion.
So going back to page 10, I don't see "was he" at the bottom. where are you? How many lines from the bottom up are you referring to? You may. Oh, I see. Right here. Okay, now I see what you're saying. I missed that. I was looking at the beginning of the line, but I see your point.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh,
So was he on page 10 until,
16, the timestamp 1646 on page 11.
okay,
That's the first portion. And then the second portion that we would ask not be redacted is a small portion of page 19. And it begins, let's see. It would be the fifth paragraph down, Mr. McBride stating, okay. And then ending at timestamp 3340. Again, that's not cumulative of any anticipated exhibit, and nor does it refer to any admission by the defendant.
thank you.
let's all say a Hail Mary.
Yes, you may.
Coors Light, baby. Let's taste the Rockies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, for fuck's
With
sake.
respect to the first of the two portions that Mr. Ballard referenced, I want to be totally transparent with the court. Of course,
Bueller.
that was not a section that we
Bueller.
asked the government to agree to redact. That is a section that the court independently determined was appropriate for redaction under the various principles that the court has enunciated. So I just want to be transparent about that.
Thank you.
The second portion that Mr. Ballard addressed, which is on page 19, we did suggest, and it is in our highlighted redacted transcript,
See that?
and the court agreed with us. This is not relevant. This is not admissible under 403. I don't understand how this questioning by Mr. McBride and the answers to these questions by Mr. Twiggs,
Twiggy
and now I'm going to quote the Utah Rule of Evidence, has any tendency and reason
to make
to
it
make a fact of consequence more or less true. That's the relevance question. So I understand that the court has said, I can make determinations of which portions of this transcript to rely upon. But from my perspective, what the state is asking the court to do is to broadcast a portion of the transcript, which we are saying is not relevant. And to the extent it has any relevance, is significantly outweighed by undue prejudice.
I thought we did all this shit.
I am not Mr. Twiggs' representative, but I think as a witness who has counsel, there might be something that Mr. Twiggs' counsel would want to say about this as well. I don't know what it would be, but my firmly held belief is it would be consistent with what I'm saying, which is that it is neither relevant nor probative of anything of significance, especially in compared to the undue prejudice. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Ballard.
Novak. I mean,
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Novak recognized Mr. Twiggs was represented during this statement. His counsel knew that this was being prepared to be produced in court, and his counsel made no objections to this part of the interview. And this is critically relevant. It provides important foundational information about Mr. Twiggs. And identifying information about him. And then also it's very relevant to the enhancement that we have charged.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Brian Enton's brother-in-law here.
Anything
Father.
further before the court rules on these two requests?
Brian Enton's wax doll here.
All right. In reviewing the first section, again, citing to page 10, and I know it is, to anyone listening, this may not make sense when I'm saying page 10.
Oh, it makes sense to us.
Roughly just a few seconds after 1539 on the video, starting with was he, and ending at 1646 with the last word asking. After hearing and considering what has been argued, the court agrees that this, in applying a balancing test and as it relates to transparency, to
Play the fucker.
ensure the court is taking a very narrow approach in what is or is not published to the public, that this is permissible. It doesn't run afoul of the issues that the court addressed previously, that the court is trying to avoid
We'll play. Thank you.
by publishing portions.
What's
And
next?
in addition to that, independently of the court's decision-making, it appears that the parties also agree as it relates to the first requested edit to unredact or to allow in. So I am ruling that that may be played and published through all mediums
Thank you.
in the courtroom and via video.
So if,
Turning to the second section, this is page 19. It is roughly right after 3327, going to just before 3340.
thank you. The objection is relevance.
Sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, what we asked was just before 3307.
3307.
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
So what?
In right after 3255,
All
where
right.
Mr. McBride states, okay.
I see. Thank you. Let me just take a quick second to review this. In relation to that request from right after 3255, starting with okay, is that the spot you're talking about, Mr. Ballard?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And specifically to 3327, the court stands by its original ruling. That is not, there are several reasons why the court, the court's ruling isn't whether it's relevant or not. It's whether it should be published or not. And again, as previously stated, the entirety of Exhibit 16, the court is receiving without any redactions or edits. The court is considering it as it weighs probable cause. However, for publication, the court finds that the requested section from roughly after 3255, starting with okay, ending at 3327 is, the court finds that there are interests served by not publishing this to the courtroom or to be broadcast. I note and I recognize Mr. Novak's statement as it relates to what Mr. Twiggs' counsel may or may not assert,
Oh, fuck.
but the court finds independently that this this portion shall not be transmitted into the courtroom because of certain statements made in there that do not serve the interests of justice for publication. However, the court finds from 3327, starting at okay,
Ugh.
until just before 3340. I'm sorry, up to 3340 may be published.
Okay,
Did that notation make sense?
sure.
To the state, Your Honor.
All right, to defense.
Understood.
And so this is the appropriate balancing of being transparent while at the same time maintaining the constitutional rights or balancing the constitutional rights of all parties and what is appropriate for publication. And this may be published not only to the gallery, but to the media as well, that goes beyond the gallery itself. All right. Anything further on State's Exhibit 16?
Okay, let's do this.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And I note defense is nodding their head as well and not indicating any more is needed to be discussed at this point.
Okay.
All right. I think we've put State's Exhibit 16, we've addressed it. Turning to the state.
Where is Mr. Davis? Where is Davis?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would just like to briefly emphasize a few points in the briefing that we filed early this morning. Last night, the defense raised the issue of publishing admissions by the defendant or confessions. They cited to one sentence from the United States Supreme Court opinion in Estes versus Texas that relies on the Rideau versus Louisiana case. And that one sentence in Estes has no precedential value on the issue that's before the court today.
That's correct.
Estes cited to the dissenting opinion in Rideau, which is very curious because that dissenting opinion, Rideau was a change of venue case. And what the dissenting opinion held is that the court properly refused to change venue in that case, even though the defendant's confession had been televised multiple times. So it's puzzling that that's what the Estes court would rely on as supposedly constructing some kind of rule about publishing a defendant's admissions. In addition to that, Estes has no analysis of that point from Rideau. Again, it's just one sentence. And Estes itself was a case about televising a trial. It wasn't about pretrial publicity of a defendant's admission or confession. And as we noted in the brief, subsequently, the Supreme Court has limited, although it hasn't expressly overruled Estes, it's limited that case to its very narrow facts. So it's difficult to see what precedential value that one sentence from Rideau could have on this issue before the court. Even if it could have some applicability here, the circumstances in Rideau are starkly different from the circumstances here, the statements, the types of statements from defendant that we're talking about. In Rideau, what the police did was orchestrated a recording of an uncounseled, unmirandized police interrogation. The police recorded that interrogation. It was leading questions. They recorded the defendant answering those leading questions. And then it was the police that immediately released that recording to the press, who then publicized and televised that. The defendant confessing to police, answering the police's questions. That's not the types of statements that we're dealing with in this case. What we're dealing with are statements that defendant voluntarily made to close friends and associates of him and his roommate.
He didn't say lover.
Sorry, just one other point about Rideau and that dissenting opinion. It's interesting that in that dissenting opinion, that judge that the court relied on in Estes continued on in his opinion and said it's an impossible standard to require that a trial court be a laboratory that's completely sterilized and free from any external factors. So again, it's hard to see how Rideau has any precedential value. And even if it did, the circumstances are completely different than the from the types of statements that we're dealing with here. The state has also cited to several other courts that have easily distinguished Rideau and have made it clear that there is no blanket ban on publishing, especially just in court, a defendant's voluntary admissions. I think the most interesting case is the Sixth Circuit case, because there it dealt with essentially the issue that we're dealing with here, which is publication of a defendant's statements during a preliminary hearing. And that case is especially important, the DeLeslie case, because there that confession was ultimately held to be inadmissible. So an inadmissible confession was played to the public and interested media members so that in a way that it had, as if it had been played in a preliminary hearing. And even though that confession was subsequently publicized and ultimately held to be inadmissible at trial, the court did not hold that that was a violation of the defendant's fundamental rights there, that the court could deal with that through voir dire. It was not inherently prejudicial. And then the state has also cited to the Ohio case of Mamon, and then also the Alabama case, Burgess versus State,
Ohio.
where those courts reached essentially the same holdings, easily distinguishing the Rideau sentence from Estes and making it clear that there's no blanket ban on publishing a defendant's admissions, and also that Rideau is easily distinguishable. And the court, because the court can deal with those pretrial publicity issues in the way that we've discussed several times already through the tools that the court has available in selecting the jury. I think it's also important to point out that transparency is critical in this case. This court's noted repeatedly the extensive media coverage. That's why we're having to take this additional time in these hearings to be able to discuss these issues. And transparency is critical to the state's right and the people's right to a fair trial. Where there's a vacuum in the evidence, it just fuels speculation. And then finally, as has already been argued, it's critical to the victim's right to be able to attend the hearing. That's a hollow promise if the victim representative is only able to be here physically, but then is shielded from some of the evidence. Does the court have any questions?
No, not
Thank you.
at this time.
Come on, man. Oh, for fuck me.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. The parallel between Mr. Robinson's case and the Rideau case is this. Mr. Rideau's confession was televised by an act of the state. It wasn't a confession broadcast through a courtroom. It was a confession made to law enforcement and then broadcast by action of the state. And that's what gives rise to the constitutional problem, which is its state action, which violated Mr. Rideau's right to a fair trial. This court has granted the media's request to electronically publish this entire proceeding.
Of course.
That's state action. And the state has supported the media's request over Mr. Robinson's objection. So that is also state action. So that's the parallel. If there were no cameras in this courtroom, we would not have a problem.
What?
And in fact,
That's a bad statement.
Ms. Kirk's attorney's briefing seeks a remedy which has nothing to do with the cameras in the courtroom. What Ms. Kirk's counsel seeks is the opportunity for people in the courtroom to see the evidence. So the state is going even further than Ms. Kirk's counsel. The state wants to publish what it calls confessions in the same way, essentially, that the state published Mr. Rideau's confession.
She took a break.
Now, the only other thing I want to talk about is that Mr. Ballard's correct that the blanket rule that there is unrebuttable prejudice that's stated in Rideau. We could talk about why dissenting judges say, oh my God, the court has established a rule and I don't like it.
Oh my God, guys, something's going on. I don't know what happened. Oh my God, we can't hear him. Oh my God. Just kidding.
Yes, we really are going to let judges decide whether potential juror exposure to pretrial publicity makes them makes them unable to serve. But there is an extreme case. That's not my language. That's the Supreme Court's language in Skilling. There are extreme cases of pretrial publicity where prejudice is going to be presumed. And so that's obviously about what has to be proven in terms of the prejudice. But when it's an extreme case, what the Supreme Court is saying in Skilling is there's a presumption. And I believe that this court has already made findings over the last 9 months that this is an extreme case with respect to the quantum of pretrial publicity, the way in which it's being monitored by the public, the speed with which these proceedings, even this week, are being dissected and broadcast through all of the technology channels that we have. So it's our view that this is the extreme case that the Supreme Court talked about in Skilling. We wouldn't have any state action giving rise to this problem if we didn't have cameras in the courtroom. And that's why we think that exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 need to be managed in the way we've asserted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard.
What?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, Mr. Novak's misrepresented the state's position. We're not going beyond what the victim representative has asked for. As we made clear in our briefing this morning, that we filed this morning, we are asking that these exhibits.
Your Honor, I'm not going to lie to you. I cannot ever pay attention when Mr. Novak is speaking. And so therefore, I have no idea what his arguments were, but I submit what we said. And that's it.
Recognizes that preliminary hearings are public,
Thank
and
you.
the public that is here in this courtroom should be able to see the exhibits that are admitted and that the court is going to rely on. And that is even more important to the victim representative's right to be able to be present and to observe these proceedings. Thank you.
All right, counsel.
Your Honor, if I may, I'll be brief. I want to begin by saying thank you to both the parties, to the state, to the defense, to the court. Today, the time that's being taken today and the nimbleness that's required to talk about things like a transcript in open court is a challenge. I recognize that it presents difficulties and that it takes time. And I want to begin by thanking both the parties and the court for taking the time to do that. It's important to the public, and I appreciate the court doing that. I know the public does as well. The only thing that I want to say with respect to this question about admissions or confessions is something that I hope will help the court. The court is looking at Rideau. It's looking at Estes. These cases from 50 or 60 years ago in a different media environment under the United States Supreme Court. I want to urge the court to do what the court has done before, and that's to look at Algier. This is a 2011 Utah Supreme Court case. It's obviously in the wake of Rideau. It's obviously in the wake of Estes. It's here in this state, unanimous Utah Supreme Court, upholding a decision made by Judge McCleave below in a case that has striking parallels to this one. In the Algier case, there was a murder trial. And the court received a letter, a notarized letter from an inmate saying the defendant in this case has confessed to me. Told me that he was involved in the shooting, gave me details of it, threatened me and my family if I did that. I want the court to know that. That was provisionally sealed for many of the same reasons that the court could conceivably consider keeping some of this information from the public. The court did a two-step analysis. It began by trying to determine whether or not there was a presumptive right of access to that document. The answer is yes. There is a presumptive right of access to this proceeding as well. Like Mr. Ballard just said, because this is a preliminary hearing, there's a presumptive right of access for the public. The second question was simply whether there's some kind of balancing that should be done. Notably, in paragraph 17 of that Algier case, it stressed something that we have said over and over again, which is much of the information that would be revealed through that letter had already become public at that point. And the idea of sealing a document that contained allegations or details that were already in the public sphere would only create the impression that information was being kept from the public when it was not. We stress what we did yesterday, that as we understand it, much of the information that is now under consideration for the court is already in the public sphere. The right case to analyze this under is Algier. Algier would dictate in this case that the court recognized as a presumptive right of access to this material, and that the presumption, the balancing test that would be needed to overcome that presumption of access has not been satisfied here, particularly because so much of that information is already in the public sphere. That must be an animating factor here, and we ask the court for that reason to grant access, both publication to the courtroom and, in our view, publication on the cameras as well. But we again do recognize that middle step is a meaningful one. And if the court were to decide that information be shared in the courtroom, but not on the general feed, we would recognize that as well as a meaningful step towards transparency in this case.
Counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Nyman on behalf of the Kirk family. And we appreciate the court is trying to balance here, but the Kirk family's waited 10 months for this hearing. And they have a right to be here, and they have a right to hear the evidence. They have a right to see and feel what's going on in this courtroom, just like, and they want to understand, Judge, what you are viewing. They want to see the evidence. And we understand you have to balance, but at a minimum, this courtroom needs to be open for the evidence to be displayed openly in this courtroom, for them to see it. The Utah Constitution gives them the right to be here, and to be here and not to see the evidence, what's the point of being here? We ask you to let the evidence be seen in the courtroom, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Anything further as it relates to exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 as it relates to what's been briefed or any other arguments? I just want to make sure it has all been received before the court issues its ruling.
No, thank you.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And just to be clear, as it relates to the state's request, 6, so under the three factors or the three levels, admission to the court, publication to the gallery, and then publication beyond the gallery, what is the request for each of these exhibits?
We are asking,
If you have nothing to hide, state all of it's published and broadcast to every single buddy. What do you mean? This is like a no-brainer.
Your Honor, we are asking for admission. We are asking for publication within the courtroom, but not publication electronically
you.
on
And that's why you don't get
to the
laid.
electronic coverage in the courtroom or of
You ain't
these
equal
proceedings.
opportunity.
We do want to make clear that once the exhibit is admitted, that the witness will be reading from portions of the exhibit, but again, we're not asking that that be displayed in any way so that those outside the courtroom could capture that and reproduce it.
What the hell is going on?
Thank you. The court just wants to.
Admission only play.
And just for
Erica.
clarification, 16.1 is the text messages, 16.2 is Discord chats, and 16.3 is photograph of notes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And finally, and this hasn't really been addressed by any party, but it is a factor the court's weighing, how much of 16.1 has been published to the public prior to these proceedings? And this is open to all if you wish to weigh in. I just want to make sure that that's clear because that wasn't really addressed in the briefing and it's a factor. So I want to make sure that issue has been presented by the parties if you choose to.
Your Honor, with respect to Exhibit 16.1, some of those text messages do appear on pages 8 and 9. Pages 8 and 9 of the information that is public.
Could you give me a rough estimate or percentage of how much of the total amount of 16.1 appears in the information? Again, I'm just trying to create a record of what is out there from your perspective so the court can consider that in its analysis.
ASM. Is this that AMSR, ASMR? Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Stephen J. Hitler would never allow this. Like, sorry guys, no, we're not doing this. Play it, let's go. I just cannot believe the aggressive page turning right now. Everyone is sexually frustrated in the courtroom. Everyone's on pins and needles. What is going on? What? Egregious. It is there. It's assert it. An hour and 26 minutes and nothing. They think everything's getting accomplished. You guys, This is wild. Where is Lance Twiggy Poo? Come on, Lance. Is Lance watching? Let's start a poll. New poll. Is Lance Twiggy Poo watching? Yes is a there you go. 1, 2, or 3. Yes, no. Let's start it. There you go. We'll go down over here. Is Lance Twiggy Poo watching? 1 in chat, yes. 2 is no. And 3 is with blindfolds and earmuffs on.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 16.1 is 18 pages
The one
total
in
of
jet, 2 or
photographs
3.
of
That's the way it
text
registers.
messages. It's approximately 5.5 pages of those 18 pages that are reproduced in the information. Thank you for your patience.
I'll even
Thank you,
vote.
Mr. Ballard. I appreciate you doing that on the fly.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Anything further from any party?
I mean, come
To the
on.
defense?
No, thank you.
To the prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Media?
Sit down, media. Come on, get your votes in, guys.
I'll just point out for the court that in addition to the text messages, I believe, I haven't seen the other exhibits, but I believe that at least the note itself, which is another one of the exhibits, is also described in the information.
Thank you.
Is Lance
Right.
Twiggy Poo watching? A 1 in chat is yes. A 2 in chat
Ms.
is no.
Kirk's, victim representative attorney?
3 is with blindfolds and earmuffs on.
This has not been easy, as you can imagine. And I think the family deserves to see the evidence that's been gathered in this investigation. They deserve to know what happened to Charlie. So we urge the court to please, again, display the evidence here in the courtroom.
Thank you. Thank you to all parties. I appreciate the diligence and hard work that you've put in
Here it is.
briefing, argument. These are important exhibits as it relates to what should be considered for, again, to be clear, these exhibits are being admitted to the court in its entirety. The question before the court is publication.
Oh,
It's in the courtroom and beyond the courtroom. And so this is the ruling as it relates to the briefing. And I know it wasn't a formal motion, but I'm just trying to be thorough in my approach. This matter comes before the court on state's request to publish exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing and defendant's objection to that request. The exhibits consist of text messages between Mr. Robinson and a witness, Discord messages between Mr. Robinson and others, and a written note the state attributes to Mr. Robinson. Attorneys for Mr. Robinson argue the publication of the exhibits during the proceedings subject to electronic media coverage would create a substantial risk of prejudice and impair his rights to due process under the 14th Amendment. The defendant relies on Rizzo versus Louisiana, Estes, and Skilling, and asks the court to consider any admissible exhibit for the purposes of the preliminary hearing while limiting their public display or broadcast. The state responds that Rizzo and Estes do not require a categorical restriction here. The state argues that the exhibits are materially different from the televised custodial interrogation at issue in Rizzo because they are written communications allegedly made outside law enforcement custody. The state also argues that the potential prejudice can be addressed through trial management measures, including voir dire, and that the victim representative has an interest in being present for and able to follow important criminal proceedings. The court has considered the parties' arguments, the nature of the exhibits, and the procedural posture of this preliminary hearing, the defendant's due process interests, the public nature of the criminal proceedings, and the interests asserted by the state and victim representative. On the present record, the court is not persuaded that the publication of Exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing creates the type of inherent or presumed prejudice that requires categorical restrictions under Rideau, Estes, and Skilling. Unlike the broadcast interrogation in Rideau, the exhibits at issue are written communications allegedly made outside police custody and are being offered in the ordinary course of a judicial proceeding. That distinction does not eliminate the possibility of prejudice, but it weighs against treating publication of the exhibits as presumptively unconstitutional. The court further finds that any potential prejudice arising from media coverage may be addressed, if necessary, through the appropriate trial procedures, including voir dire and any other measures warranted before trial. This ruling is limited to publication of the exhibits during the preliminary hearing and does not determine their admissibility at trial, and I insert if one occurs, or foreclose any later request for relief based on a more developed record. Accordingly, the defendant's objection is overruled. As it relates to this preliminary hearing, the state may publish Exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3, and the court is authorizing, with the exception of the third to last page on Exhibit 16.1, because it contains information, including a phone number and address, to be redacted before publication in the courtroom. But as it relates to 16.1, because it was publicly distributed by the state, that 16.1 in its entirety may be broadcast through electronic media. That is the ruling of the court.
Hot damn!
Counsel, how would we like to proceed?
Your Honor, just to clarify the record,
Oh,
the
fuck.
state has redacted that portion. We anticipated that needed to be redacted in 16.1, so we have redacted that portion. We believe that the best way to proceed now is we have the edited video ready that comports with the additional edits that the court has ordered. We propose that we take a break so that we can show that to the defense, make sure we're on the same page, and then we anticipate coming back and playing Exhibit 16.
All right. Okay. All right. I appreciate the caution being exercised by all parties. We'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 10:50. Court is in a brief recess.
All right, there you guys have it. We are going to get we're going to get it. We are going to get text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs, Discord chats. I'm so happy because you guys, people have put out different images of it. People have distorted it. What is real and what is not? Okay, AI has taken over, and so hey, and you guys, if the state needs to go this way to make probable cause, they are fucked, in my opinion, with this case, because this is not how it can play out in a trial. So, I mean, think about it. Think about it. This is how they have to go to make probable cause. Hot damn. This is why in Idaho, everybody lied their asses off in a grand jury, because they weren't making probable cause in that case. This is such a low standard, right? But hey, this is what we have to do. That means you ain't got shit. Okay, you ain't got shit. And Twiggy Poo was given use immunity, And it wasn't just through Utah, it was the United States Attorney General's office gave him that immunity as well. So, hey, you know, that's how I look at it. Like, damn, it's the defense that's calling the feds. It's the defense that's calling the ATF to the stand. And it's the state here that has to use hella hearsay and no data guy, no extractions from phones. Extraction from phones. And I mean, wouldn't these two be in, like, they extracted their devices? What's in their devices? Wouldn't all of this shit be in the extraction, a Cellbrite extraction? That you're bringing it in that way? Anybody? I mean, come on. This is Star Mix 106, and we are here for all of Lance Twiggs' statements. You know, why would I, if I'm running the Attorney General's office, why am I like dealing with Lance Twiggs and giving him anything? Why aren't I charging him? So can we go back and talk about Idaho and when everybody was saying that Dylan and Bethany would have had to been put through like hell to do the preliminary hearing? Well, Lance Twiggs wasn't put through a goddamn thing. Is Tina from Translation Services available? Yeah, this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck is going on? You guys, Tina's just nailing it over here. If this is what you got to do to make probable cause, this is what the state feels like they need to do. There are so many other ways to make probable cause. It's just such a low threshold, right? They want to have Lance Twiggy Day. So we're here for Lance Twiggs Day. We don't have to keep our clothes on. What is that? We don't have to take our clothes off to have a good time. Lance Twiggs does not have to be present to have a good time. Here at Star Mix 106, where we're playing nothing but the hits, nothing but the motherfucking hits. I mean, I don't know how many breaks you need to go over some fucking video. Just only to come back and talk about it some more and go back and talk about it some more. And I mean, Charlie Kirk was assassinated in public. Play that shit. Show your asses. Each and every one of you, show your ass. Like, and then it just sucks. This is what the media is going to do, is the media is going to clip portions of this, right? And say, oh my God, did you hear what Lance Twiggs said? Who gives a fuck what Lance Twiggs says? That piece of shit didn't know that fucking Tyler Robinson was, I don't know, crashing out, wowing out. Motherfucker didn't call nobody to say, hey, I think this dude's going off the deep end. He may kill somebody before it all happened. Erica Kirk, you're cool with your husband getting murdered and this kid getting immunity? Makes no sense. I know I wouldn't be okay with it. Why are we giving Lance Twiggs immunity? Charge his ass. I bet you he'll still squeal. Like the rat pig he is. Tisk tisk. Go Twiggy. Why you gotta move so fast? We don't have to take our clothes off to hang out with Lance Twiggy Boo. We can. Lance, just take off the furry. Come on. Let's go. This is Star Mix 106, where we pick how many contributors we want to put in the tank, and then we just keep spitting out different numbers over and over and over. So Lance Twiggs Day is officially forever and will ever be, what is today? July 9th. Pathetic. You guys, how many lawyers does it take to redact a document and argue about it? Even one they just did for 2 or 3 hours yesterday. Another hour and 45 minutes. They just we just can pick our contributors. Well, we said it was 3, and then all of a sudden we said it was 2. Why? Well, because Lance Twiggs just came in and just offered up his DNA, and then they brought it to my table and said, "Hey, can you just do this for a compare? Can you do this for an elimination?" Wait, excuse me? An elimination? Oh, well, why would you do that? All of this shit was found in a wooded area, not in someone's home. I mean, let's just do elimination. I loved it. I love what the defense is doing. People are over here like the defense is showing their hand. Showing their hand? What are you talking about? It would be everybody's hand to show how ridiculous and unreliable with how this all played out. I don't know. Star Mix. I still think it's crazy. That at the same time that Tyler Robinson is turning himself in with his parents and they go there at 9 to the sheriff's department, at the same time Lance is like, I'm going to go at the same time, but I'm going to go to the St. George Police Department. I'm going to go to that one. Like, why didn't Tyler Robinson, why didn't they go to the police department, St. George's Police Department? I would never think to say, oh, let's go to the sheriff's department. Like, here's my mom's town. I'm in that city. Okay, let's go to the police department. You know what I mean? Here, Lance Twiggs goes to St. George's Police Department, and Tyler Robinson at the same time goes to the sheriff's department, and everybody simultaneously is allegedly being, interviewed. And Lance Twiggs is like, yeah, here you can have my phone. Here, yeah, you can have my DNA. Just like whatever. But then everybody in Tyler's orbit is like, you can have my name and my birth date, and then I want a lawyer. And I want somebody, and I already have a name to give you of my lawyer that I want in Washington or in Utah. You guys, why didn't they play any of the recordings that they would have had from the mom, the dad, Tyler Robinson? Why wouldn't they play any of those recordings if he supposedly confessed and his parents were like, yeah, oh my God, my son told me that he did it? Where is any of that shit? Come on, you guys, we're not 3 years old here, okay? Why do they need to go about it this way? Because none of that shit took place. None of that shit took place. Then think about this. Then all this shit gets shut down. So we're like, there's no awesome interviews. There's nothing. But in April of 2026, they send officers to go get statements from Mike Mitchell on April 1st. And then on April 20th, they send officers to go get, and I say officers, this prosecutor, McBride, goes with an entourage to go with these 1102 statements. What was going to happen if Tyler Robinson didn't, I don't know, like, you have a right to your preliminary hearing and you have a right to have it right away. And here's the defense. Hey, Tyler, it's in your best interest for us to waive all, to stipulate with the prosecution, because at any point in time they can do so much fuckerage, but let's just stipulate with them and we're going to push your preliminary hearing. I mean, I think it got pushed back a couple different times, right? And it gets all the way now. Here we have it here 10 months later. You guys, they didn't even have any disclosures to the defense in the month of September. The first things that they handed over to the defense and disclosures began, one item was on 10/13/2025 and then 10/24/2025. But all of this stuff about getting all these 1102 statements and all this bullshit, that stuff all happened in April. And the two big ones for me is like, okay, well, why couldn't you just use the interview that you had with Mike Mitchell from September 9th or 10th or whatever, or 11th? Why couldn't you use whatever Lance said to you in a recorded statement on 9/11? It's reliable hearsay, right? No, it's not. But we still have to have him sign it because it's not reliable hearsay, because reliable hearsay is from one cop to another cop. What? The fuck are you talking about? Just think about all of this. Think about how they went about all of this. You guys, there are so many ways to go about this preliminary hearing, these mounds, these huge fucking mountains of evidence that there's against this kid. And, well, the first thing is that we find out that there's no body-worn camera on the guy that went up to the roof. There's a holster that had a gun in it that was in the grass on the top level, on like the third level where the grass is. They had nothing. And then if you look at the cars and you look at the different sightings of Robinson, then you're going to start struggling with some how tall he is. You're going to start struggling with the Charger. Looks really, really interesting to me when it leaves the parking garage, that it has no front license plate holder. And then just the make entirely of the front of the vehicle is just ridiculous. Looks nothing like the picture of it when it gets towed from his parents' house. I still do not understand where Mitchell fits into any of this shit. Okay. Our moms and dads know us and know what we look like. And his mom saw that photo and never even, oh my God, that's my son. It's been alleged, though, that that's what led them to start being suspicious. Like, where's any of that shit? Just ridiculous. And then the amount of time that they say that this happened, in terms of like, he's just prancing all over the fucking campus, but never goes up to that area to see like if it's secure. And all of the times that he says that they got him going back and forth, they don't have him the night before scoping it out. There's no it's like he has no, whoever gets up there, like there's no worry about that. You're going to just totally be able to just open up doors and get on riff. And you know what I think?
We'll wait a moment for the public to be able to come back into the courtroom.
Okay, here we go. You know, we know that Chick-fil-A would have cameras because they like to watch their employees, make sure their employees aren't stealing shit, right? So you're telling me that Chick-fil-A, you're telling me that nobody has a financial, how do you pay for the Chick-fil-A? Cash? Card? There's no videos, nothing. You know how many people were there with cameras out, and he's walking around and doing all this stupid shit beforehand? But even like the school campus, we just have parking cameras. I think that's weird. I can tell you on this channel, we've put out a ton of shit back in the day about how whack this was. And we were able to find a Charger in a parking lot that basically met up with an SUV. Okay. What's that all about? We're supposed to believe that Tyler Robinson had a conversation with a police officer at 12:35 a.m. right outside to see, because they're saying he was trying to go back and get his gun and screwdriver and towel and whatever the fuck else. What? And that he just happened to roll down his window and talk to a cop that was like still supposedly blocking off to go right. I don't even see any barriers out to like tell you not that you can't go right. And yet this conversation was just so weird that the guy was like, oh, let me just grab my notepad out really quick and get a partial plate there. The fuck out of here. Like, who believes this shit? Like I said, I'd be a defense dream, I guess, because I wouldn't believe any of that shit. Unless you showed me right then and there that a guy tried to run a partial, okay, and called it in. I want to see some CAD notes. I want to see, where's this officer? Then somebody, supposedly Tyler Robinson, talked to somebody from TPUSA. Why weren't they called in? To say like, you know how many people would have probably come up to somebody and saying, oh, where can we, where's this going to be at? Where should we go? Like, I can only just imagine. I just think it's all fucking nuts. And yes, they would stick out to you, right? And you would start thinking back, okay, like what happened? Like who were you in contact with? I don't know. All those people all document everything. They're always like cameras rolling all the time, right? Isn't that what those people do? TPUSA has been the most sus. But if you want to talk about religion and bringing in religion into this, and you want to talk about bringing in someone's lifestyle into this, and that gave him motive, for this enhancement, well, be very, very careful, because there was a lot more people ahead of Tyler Robinson that had every reason to get rid of Charlie Kirk because of those reasons. So, fuck. That would be a really interesting line that I wouldn't want to go anywhere near.
Back in session. Welcome back. Turning to the state.
I apologize, Judge. We were having computer technology issues, and we believe those have been sorted out.
Every
we have not
fucking
yet
day.
had the opportunity to show the final edited versions to the defense.
All right.
What?
How much time do you need?
Just as long as it takes to show the video. So maybe 10 minutes.
All right. Well, we'll go into, I want to make sure sufficient time is done to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we were at this point. We'll be in recess for 10 more minutes. So by 11:05 approximately.
I mean, this is embarrassing.
That should work. And also we can inform the bailiff as soon as we're done if it's ahead of that time.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I thought we were ready to proceed. I want to be respectful of all time, everyone's time, but all at the same time, keep this hearing moving forward. So court is in a brief recess.
All right.
So stupid. You would think all those people, as much as they make an hour, they don't know how to fucking run a computer. We're having some tech issues. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Tech issues? How is it an issue to... Do y'all have laptops there? Y'all have thumb drives? Here's the thumb drive. Put it in your fucking laptop. Fire it the fuck up. Look at it. You cool? Okay, great. Thanks. These people, the way they use their time. I think it's so interesting when someone says, Lana, you think that you would find something that lawyers won't? Fuck yeah, I do. Just because you're a lawyer doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean fucking shit about anything other than the fact that you passed the bar exam. Okay. You passed the bar exam. You know case law. But that has nothing to do about finding shit. That has nothing to do about connecting dots. You pass the fucking, you know how many doctors you go to and you're like, dude, I'm going to go get somebody else. Like, I didn't really like being around that person and whatever. Same thing with doctors. Now surgeons, different. That's a practice. That's an art. This shit's... Fire your paralegal. Fire your assistant. This is laughable. The Utah, Idaho. I mean, I don't know who's worse right now. At least I'll give Utah the benefit of the doubt that they had this preliminary hearing, right? Idaho didn't have one of those. They just violated all of our rights and just lied. I think that judge is ticked off. I don't think so. I don't think anything gets this man ticked off. But here we go. We're looking at 6 minutes until it starts. Until Lance Twiggy, this is Lance Twiggs Day, will be on the screen and audio for his 1102 statement, which if he lied or did whatever in any part of it, he'll be facing a misdemeanor. Like, woo! Ridiculous. Let's see what else happened today in the Karen Reed saga of life. Brian Higgins was deposed today. Karen Reed was deposed back a couple weeks ago. Turtle Boy has until, I think, is it today? He's got to get some shit in. He's got to answer some subpoenas. He's got a fuck of a week next week coming up. Speaking of Turtle Boy, and then the following week, Karen Reed's phones are also going to be talked about. So he's got something on the 13th, the 14th, then the 16th, and then the 20th. Like I'm telling you, Turtle Boy's got a lot going on these next 10 to 12 days. It'll be really interesting. But Lance Twiggs will be on the screen, and we'll be seeing him and his audio. And that's what's coming up next here. The toxicity of my city. Are you in Boston? Let's see. Murky. Yes, in my opinion, the court will send to trial because it's so high profile. The public needs and wants to see someone stand trial. The state has a few hurdles to overcome to meet burden, though, to me. Yeah, it'll be interesting. To think that a preliminary hearing is just happening 10 months down the road here is just, and I agree with when the family's saying like, yo, like we showed up because like his parents are there, right? Well, why didn't you keep our asses home if y'all weren't going to just show us the shit? Like we don't need to be here because we're not able to see anything, right? In person. So the victim's family traveled to bear witness, but was not permitted to view the evidence. For 10 months, the victim's family has waited for this preliminary hearing. Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, and his grieving parents traveled to this courtroom for one reason: to be present at these proceedings and to bear witness to the evidence concerning the death of their husband and son. At certain points throughout the preliminary hearing, the Kirk family sat in the room while evidence was admitted but not presented for their viewing. They were present in body, yet denied the very thing their presence was meant to secure: their ability to meaningfully observe the preliminary hearing. The victim's family's position is simple. At a minimum, every exhibit entered into evidence during the preliminary hearing must be visible to every person lawfully present in the courtroom. To receive evidence in a manner shielded from those seated in the courtroom, as of what happened today, is not transparent. And in the absence of transparency, speculation and conspiracy theories related to the tragic assassination of Mr. Kirk will continue to proliferate in the public domain, breeding doubt and distrust in the judicial system. This is not what anyone should want. I couldn't agree more with that. If you're going to have a preliminary hearing, it's public. Just like I felt when they were having suppression hearings in Idaho, you are having public hearings and you are just over here and you're using the docket to like file all this shit under seal. Fuck that. That's what the purpose of the public. It's just gotten out of control. It's gotten out of control. I think more lawyers should be reprimanded when they abuse, and it's just like anything, you know. Like misconduct should mean something. Doing unethical shit should mean something. But it's that system where you're asking attorneys to tell on each other, and attorneys, because a judge was once an attorney, right? To then also like that you're breaking up that little cohesive unit that's just like the police, you know? And that's that big circle jerk that we just can't get away from. I just think that we, the people, should be able to bring forth misconduct when we see it and research it. Like, why can't we bring forth a complaint that doesn't fuck the bar, like a criminal complaint? If they're committing crimes. But these lawyers just do whatever the fuck they want. You want to know why? Because judges. And then everyone's flipping out in the Karen Reed case that's going on with the civil case. Like, who does this judge think he is? Well, I personally like the judge. Like, stop playing games. Everybody's so big and so bad on both sides that nobody did anything wrong here, right? Karen's innocent, right? The House defendants and the Commonwealth witnesses, you know, they didn't do anything right. John's dead, right? Well, somebody did something. And if everybody's so big and so bad, then let's go. Stop playing games. Take your fucking depositions. Do this, do that. Like, you're playing these It's ridiculous. In sports, there's a word for it. You're a fucking soft pussy. Put up or shut the fuck up. So I personally like the judge that's over there. I like this judge too. I just think he lets people carry on. He can cut them off. Like when he understands the point, like move on. The Samantha, they just go. Just get out of here. But I mean, lawyers are charging $1,500 an hour, $2,000 an hour. Like what? That's pretty impressive. That's how much they think of themselves. $2,000 an hour, $1,500 an hour. Wow. Yeah, maybe to litigate. Look at this shit. It's he said be back at 5 after, right? It's 8 after. Well, we had to tell the bailiff, hey, don't send the judge back in here. We're not ready. Just ridiculous. They haven't done anything today. They haven't done a fucking thing today. These people are insane. It's why it's like pulling teeth to get like the clerks at the courthouse to help you with anything. It's like, do you know what your job title is, motherfucker? I'm just curious. What do you get paid to do? Answer that phone and deal with me when I want to ask you a question. Okay? You act like, oh my God, why am I asking you that? Well, because that's your damn job. I'm going to come up to your booth or I'm going to come up and call you on the phone. And yep. And so the people that are just like, automatically you should call on them. God forbid you have to help me find something that I'm going to give you a case number on, and I want you to tell me where I can. Here's a thumb drive. Put it all on there. You know how to drag some folders over? What do you need? What do you need to do here? I want a copy of that entire docket. Huh? You want me to do what? Did I stutter? I want the entire docket. I don't know how to do that. Hang on a second. I got to figure out. I don't even know if I can do that. Okay, go ask whoever. I'll be right here waiting. Oh my God. I'll never understand how we run a courtroom without an AV person. Oh my God, guys. Speaking of which, in the case, the Shanna Gardner case, remember Judge Kite was like, y'all are going to come in here for a training session before trial starts to run all the AV equipment. Kudos to Judge Kite. This is mandatory that you're going to have a training session because we're not going to be waiting around for you to figure out how to work, to plug in to use the overhead. You guys, this is absurd. Yeah, be here. So much fun. Let's see what we got here. What's going on in Twitter world? Okay. Whoa. Angie Burkhurst's not having any of this shit. Yeah, see? Duh. From Press Enterprise 2 on why the public's ability to observe the preliminary hearings is no less important than the right to observe the trial, and reiterating that prejudice resulting from publicity is best addressed in jury selection. Exactly. It's just so easy. Did you watch the preliminary hearing? Did you know, what have you read, seen, or heard? You know, it just, you can eliminate so much. So sorry to people.
Court is back in session, noting the presence of the parties, all being present. And where we left off is we were the state was looking to confer with defense to ensure that state's exhibits 16, 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 were shared.
Here we go.
We have reviewed Exhibit 16 with defense, and it comports with the court's order. At this point, we would like to put Agent Davis back on the stand and continue with displaying that, publishing that.
All right, Agent Davis, if you'd like to come forward, I remind you, you're still under oath. If you'd like to have a seat, there should be a water bottle to your left. And after you're situated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone and bringing it close to you so the record can pick up your testimony. Ms. Hunt, your witness.
And just for the record and the court's benefit, we have made the edits that the court has ordered. We have shown them to defense. Pursuant to the timestamps that the court ordered, we wanted those to be reflected very clearly. So there are sometimes large gaps of just black, empty, silent space. When there are large gaps, we will fast forward. Some of those are short enough that we'll just let it play if the court is okay with that, with proceeding that way.
Thank you. I appreciate giving a heads up so all parties know what's going on. Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
So at this time, we would move to publish on the monitors
Here it is.
State's Exhibit 16.
Yeah.
Right,
Here we
so
go.
to the media, there is a monitor for your benefit right there next to you.
Lance,
camera,
Lance,
there is one,
Twiggy.
For that direction as well as for the gallery.
Oh my God, here we go. Lance Twiggs meeting, and they call it a meeting on 4/20. Look at that, at 8:29. That's UTC.
This meeting
Oh my God.
is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay. And
Will you describe your relationship with with Tyler
when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate. So I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone?
No,
Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we've got it recorded. Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. They're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you know, I'll mute my mic, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right. Is that mic off?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
All right. Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met, you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Into September 10th. Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
you mind. I think you're right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Okay. Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Discord chat.
Yeah, that was the server of his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally, who are these people?
This is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
So Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server.
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So these are most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because At least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
Okay. So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages. Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting?
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it, and then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay. Before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
Okay.
but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I talked. I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
Played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a full friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I still don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Okay, so before that you have been?
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
Sure. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything. The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our apartment. We had a section where we kept all our like random tools for household stuff. in our like lower basement level pantry. So yeah,
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 11:02 purposes.
All right, that concludes State's Exhibit 16. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you, Judge.
Ridiculous.
Agent Davis, I asked you yesterday, but I want to remind the court and those present. Were you physically present at the interview we just watched in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I was there.
And aside from the court-ordered redactions, did it appear to you to be fair and accurate about what you remember that interview that day?
Yes, yes, I do.
During that interview, did Mr. Twiggs, was he shown or referenced certain items of evidence?
Yes, he was.
What types of items of evidence was he shown?
It was the text messages between himself and between himself and Tyler Robinson, a Discord chat messages, and a handwritten note.
And then we also saw in the video, he was also shown the FBI press release photos of the potential suspect.
That's correct, yes.
Have you reviewed all of those items as part of the investigation?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with them?
Yes.
All right, I want to put just on the witness's screen what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16.1. And for the record, this includes the edit that the one edit that the court has previously ordered.
Thank you.
Let me know when you see that on your screen.
This is text message between Tyler and Lance, and we get to see 16.1. This is fucking wild. I told you guys they didn't have shit. Oh my God.
Oh, I see it. I see it now.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of screenshots of text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. This is a photograph of Lance's phone.
So sorry, you said photograph, you also said screenshot. Can you differentiate or clarify there?
Yes. Sorry. These are photographs directly from Lance's phone.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview, he's showing the FBI agents these text messages, describes them to the agents, and at that time, his phone was photographed.
And you testified, I believe yesterday, that Mr. Twiggs' first interview was the morning of September 12th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Were you physically present at that interview?
No, I was not there.
Have you spoken with the officers or agents that were?
Yes, I've spoken to one of those agents that was there.
And you stated that first September 12th interview of Mr. Twiggs was recorded?
Yes, audio, video recorded.
Have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
So you stated that we're looking in State's Exhibit 16.1 at a picture of Mr. Twiggs' phone.
Yes.
Do you know who took these photos?
Yes, it was Agent Larson with FBI.
Did you speak with Agent Larson and confirm that?
I did.
And you kind of made reference to this already, but how did Mr. Twiggs initially show law enforcement the relevant text messages?
Yeah, during that first interview on September 12th, he physically, he shows them the phone and then allows them to photograph the phone.
And does he identify it as his phone in that interview?
Yes, he does.
Does he refer to any particular features of the phone that allows him to make that identification?
I believe the second interview he refers to the large crack in the upper left screen. That so he identifies that from his second interview that was given on April 20th.
And according to your review of the recording of his first interview and in speaking with the agents that were there, did he have his personal phone with him at the time of the September 12th interview?
Yes, he did.
And was this same text thread that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.1 shown to him during his second interview sorry, let me get the date right, April 20th, 2026 at the Utah County Attorney's Office that we just observed part of in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, it was shown to him.
Was he asked how Tyler Robinson is saved in his phone, like as a contact?
Yeah, just as Tyler.
Without saying it, obviously, did he identify Tyler Robinson's phone number?
Yes, he did.
Did you check the number that Mr. Twiggs gave as Tyler Robinson's phone number against law enforcement records?
Yes, I did.
And do they match?
Yes, they match.
Is State's Exhibit 16.1 a fair and accurate representation of the text thread between, or the relevant text thread between Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson?
Yes, it is.
As part of the investigation, was a Cellbrite extraction performed on Mr. Twiggs' phone?
Yes, it was.
Did you personally review that extraction?
Yes, I have.
And according to that extraction, did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs exchange text messages on September 10th through 11th, 2025?
Yes, they did.
What time was that first text sent according to the Cellbrite extraction?
The first text was September 10th at 11 p.m.
All right, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 16.1, and then pursuant to court order, I would move to publish it to the monitors.
Mr. Novak.
We have no further objections beyond those that the court, of course, is very familiar with at this point in time.
All right, I'll note the standing objections made by defense. Those objections are overruled. This 16.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the
Oh, here we
gallery
go.
as well as electronically distributed through the camera.
Oh,
All right, Agent, I'm not going to go through every single message, but I do want to have you read aloud certain portions of them. And I apologize to counsel, these are not actually given a page number. I have page numbers, but I'm happy to confer that we're on the same page as we go. So here we're looking at page 1 of State's Exhibit 16.1. If you could read a little more than halfway down where it begins Wednesday, 11 p.m. Will you start reading underneath that?
Yes. So this would have been from Tyler. It says, drop what you're doing, look under your keyboard.
And I apologize. Let me stop you there. How do you know that that message would have been from Tyler Robinson?
That's just, so any of the messages in gray would be from Tyler, and messages in blue would be from Lance. It's just with iPhone distinguishes the messages. And also Lance in his interview also acknowledges that, who was saying what.
And up at the top, who do we see that this thread is between?
Tyler.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. So read that again, starting from look under the keyboard.
So after that, then Lance responds, he says, what? And then he says, you're joking, right? And then Tyler says, fuck, I tried to delete that.
We could scroll down to page 2. And if you can continue reading along.
Okay. Then Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. And then Lance replies, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Tyler says, I am, I'm sorry. Lance says, I thought they caught the person. And then Tyler says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering.
We could scroll down to page 3. Continue reading.
Lance says, why? And Tyler says, why did I do it? And Lance says, yeah. Tyler says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you shortly, we'll update you by midnight. And then Lance says, all right, stay safe. How long have you been planning this?
Scroll down a little bit, please, Kimberly.
And Tyler replies, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it.
We can scroll down to page 4 and continue reading. About halfway down, I'll stop you about halfway down.
This is while they were a spot, but I don't want to chance it while they were parked there. If they had found it, I imagine there would be more commotion. Again, I'm sorry for roping you into all of this. You shouldn't have to worry about this. And Lance replies, does anyone else know? Tyler says, not to my knowledge.
All right, I'll stop you there. Let's move to page 5. So this should be page 4, so just scroll down 1, please, Kimberly. And if you could read starting, sorry, Kimberly, scroll a bit more down. If you could read, I don't know, about a 1/3 of the way up that starts with guess.
Okay. Tyler says, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off.
And continue.
And Lance says, are you okay still? And Tyler says, yes, check and spot again now. We'll
Sorry, now we're on page 6. Continue reading.
we'll update soon. He continues, the squad car was moved further away enough that I should be able to move in. I backed off because I thought I heard footsteps, maybe a foot patrol, but the crickets here are so fucking loud. Gonna see if the road closer to campus is open so I can drive past and check shit out. Probably still closed off though. Getting worried, hard to know for sure, but I'm not finding my rifle. Could be in the wrong spot. Lance says, do you think they found it? And Tyler says, dunno, they haven't published anything if they have. And then Lance says, why did you leave it behind?
Oh, sorry, Kimberly, if you could scroll down.
Originally. Also, does it have a serial number?
We could scroll to page 7. And I'll continue reading. I'll stop you on this page in a little bit.
Okay. So Tyler continues, IDEK, if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits, didn't have the ability or time to bring it with.
And stop there, please. And then if we could go to the next page, page 8. And if you could start at the top.
Okay, so Lance says, was your change of clothes there or was that also gone? Or did you bring those with you originally? Anyway, you could replace the gun or would he notice? And then Tyler says, only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. I'll bet that canine sniffed it out. Little snitching bastard. Replace it unlikely. I don't fully know what the gun was because it was old as shit and Gramps did some modifying. There was a 4-digit serial on it. God only knows who it's registered to. Hopefully some dead guy who gave it to Grandpa. And he continues, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke.
And then continue. I'll stop you in a moment.
He says, all right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks.
Let me stop you there. And then if we could go on to the next page, page 9. And do you see the first blue message we see on page 9? Can you start there?
Yes. So Lance says, do you need it for hunting? And Tyler says, no, my dad wanted to use a high caliber for the rifle hunt. Judging from today, I say Gramps' gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a 2K scope. Lance says, geez. And then Tyler says, OMW home 3.5 hours. Lance says, drive safe. And then Tyler says, delete this exchange.
And I'll stop you right there. And then, sorry, we're on page 9. If we can scroll to page 15. And then the second grade message on page 15, if you could start there.
Okay. So this is Tyler. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. We hope to keep things sort of quiet here.
And then I'll stop you there.
Okay.
And we can remove the exhibit from the screen. Thank you, Kimberly.
Yeah, because the timeline doesn't match up.
We mentioned a Cellbrite extraction of Mr. Twiggs' phone. Do you know what time that last text was sent?
Yeah, I recall it was just before 8 p.m. on September 11th. It was, I think, 7:42 p.m. is my recollection.
I'm sorry, September 11th?
Yes.
Would September 12th make make
No.
sense? Or you're saying September 11th?
So September 11th was when he turned himself in.
Okay.
On September 11th. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to
Doesn't
show
even
just for the
know.
witness, States Exhibit 16.2. Let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do. Yep.
What is it?
This is just more photos of Lance's phone. And
How
these
do you-
are, these are sorry, I had a brain. Sorry, go with your question, please.
I'm just asking what it is. So you said it's a photo of Lance's phone. Do you know if that's from the same time period as the exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
And what is it of?
These are the Discord messages of that Lance had talked about.
How do you know that?
So Lance, in the first interview with FBI, shows the phone. The photos are taken by Agent Larson, and then these images are shown to Lance during a second interview, and he confirms that these are those same messages, and this is photos of Lance's phone.
You mentioned an Agent Larson took the photos. Do you know if he's the same agent that took the photos of this exhibit 16.2?
Yes, same agent.
And you spoke with him to confirm that?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if Mr. Twiggs is actually part of this Discord thread?
Yes, he is a part of it. He doesn't, in this section, he doesn't reply to it, but he does state in his statement that he was part of that thread.
Does he identify whether Mr. Robinson is part of that thread?
He does.
And when did that happen?
He identifies that in his first interview with the two FBI agents, and then he again confirms that in his second interview.
Did Mr. Twiggs say what username on Discord Mr. Robinson used, at least with respect to this thread?
Yes, it's the Tyler/Icum, IKUM.
And is Exhibit 16.2 a fair and accurate representation of that Discord thread?
Yes, it is.
Did law enforcement send, as part of your investigation, did law enforcement send a subpoena to Discord?
Yes, they did.
Were these messages recovered via that subpoena?
They were.
Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And in States Exhibit 16.2 that is before you, when is the first message from Tyler sent?
7:57 p.m.
And it says yesterday. Do you have any knowledge of what day that would have been?
Yes, this would have been September 11th.
So Tyler sends the first message that you're seeing on Exhibit 16.2, September 11th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified earlier that Mr. Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office approximately at 9 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And although you weren't physically present there yet because you were flying down, how do you know that he arrived approximately around 9 p.m.?
Just based on the police reports I reviewed and then go back and look at the video and such.
Judge, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 16.2 and publish it pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you. We've already lodged all of our objections on all three phases.
All right. Noting the objections, standing objections by defense. State's Exhibit 16.2 is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the gallery, not for distribution on electronic media.
What? That wasn't the rule. That was not that was not his ruling. His ruling that everything got published. The fuck? That was not the ruling. And there's no audio? We can just roll the tape back. It says that it would be published, so I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Well, the part that Lance says, he's like, Tyler didn't reach out to me at all that during like that day. The first text I got from him was at 11 p.m. Well, if you look at the text messages, there's one at 11 something and 4 something that say Wednesday, AM, 4 p.m. And then the 11 p.m. one. And they say Wednesday. So either you're going to sit here and tell me that they didn't text from Wednesday to Wednesday, or otherwise, like, it doesn't make any sense. Lance said that Tyler didn't text me that day at all until at night at 11 p.m. And if we roll back, you can see the pics. You can see the pics of that screenshot of the text messages.
I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a handwritten note or letter from Tyler to Lance.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview with FBI, he tells them about this letter note he found under Tyler's keyboard per a text message he received. He states from 11 p.m. on September 10th. And so at that point, Lance finds this. This is the letter he finds under that keyboard.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Twiggs gets a text from Mr. Robinson around 11 p.m. on September 10th, telling him to look under his keyboard.
Yes, correct.
And this is what Mr. Twiggs represented was underneath the keyboard.
Yes, yes.
How did law enforcement get this photograph?
So following Lance's first interview at St. George PD, his phone is recovered at that point, taken into evidence. It is downloaded, I believe it was the following day or shortly after that. The FBI transported that phone to the RCFL, which is the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City. The phone was downloaded through Celebrite, and after that, following that download was complete, SBI received a flash drive containing that download. From there, it went to a SIAC analyst to go through that data of his phone to look for any pertinent evidence or information that may be on there. And at that point, that this image of this letter was located.
All right. I'm going to break down a few things. You mentioned, I just want to make sure the record's clear. You mentioned Celebrate a few times. What is Celebrate?
It's a downloading software that's commonly used by law enforcement. I don't do that myself, but it's commonly used to recover data, to download electronic devices, particularly cell phones.
And then you mentioned SIAC. What does that mean?
It's the Statewide Information Analysis Center. It's a division within DPS. That's a fusion center. They assist law enforcement with intelligence, various intelligence information for our investigations.
You mentioned that you don't personally do Celebrate phone extractions. Have you spoken to the law enforcement officers that performed the Celebrate extraction on Mr. Twiggs' phone in this case?
I don't believe I specifically talked to those individuals, RCFL, that did that. But they, yeah, that was then provided to SBI.
Did you speak with officers at SBI that have recovered this photo that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 16.3?
Yes, I have spoken with an SIAC analyst who in particular found this image. I've spoken to her personally as well.
Was Mr. Twiggs shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16.3 during his second interview?
Yes, he was.
And again, you were present for that?
Yes, I was there.
Is Exhibit 16.3 a fair and accurate representation of the photo law enforcement obtained from Mr. Twiggs' phone and that he was subsequently shown in the second interview?
Yes, it's fair and accurate.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit Exhibit 16.3 and then also publish pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Just noting the objections that have previously been made, and I think that the court's order is that it may be published in the courtroom only.
Thank you. Noting the standing objection by defense, 16.3, correct?
Correct.
Is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the courtroom and not be shown or videoed.
All right, guys, we're just sitting here waiting because they're not going to show us 16.3, which is the photograph of the note. But there's media in the courtroom. Are they not allowed to take pictures of it? Or they have to like turn on their phones before they went in there? Whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna. It's just another day. Let's look at that really quick. I'm gonna rewind this. Yeah. Got it. See? Monday, Wednesday. I love you. Monday.
This?
I do.
What is it?
Wow.
These are the images that the FBI released to the public. Would have been on September 11th when those were released. And this was, those are those images that went public of the suspected EVU shooting suspect.
How do you know that?
I've viewed the FBI's website, and I recall seeing these images released on September 11th.
Does States Exhibit 16.4, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you reviewed from the FBI and that the FBI released?
Yes, it is.
The state moves to admit Exhibit 16.4 and publish according to court order.
Mr. Novak.
No further objections, thank you.
All right.
Yes,
Noting the
press
standing
release.
objection by defense, overruling that objection, State's Exhibit 16.4 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom.
And again, in the Discord,
Got it. Okay. Like I said, the first text message on Wednesday at 4:33 p.m. I love you! Exclamation point. Mwah. Mwah. From Tyler. Wednesday at 4:33 p.m. I love you more something, moi, moi, moi. Okay? So that's the lie that I'm talking about. Lance says that Tyler Robinson did not contact me at all that day until 11 p.m. Well, right here it says, I love you, moi, moi. And then I love you more, blah, blah, moi, moi. That's Wednesday at 4:33 p.m. Now, before that, they didn't text at all on Tuesday. And if you back up, you will see that Monday, it says at 5 something p.m., Tyler Robinson says, love you. And then Lance says, love you 100. Hope work's going well. So that was their text, just one exchange to each other on Monday like that. Tuesday, nothing. Then Wednesday at 4:33, I love you, moi, moi. Then he writes that. And then Wednesday at 11 p.m., drop what you are doing, comma, look under my keyboard. So everybody can get fucked. So these people that are putting out, they need to start from the beginning of and show it goes Monday, nothing Tuesday, and then Wednesday, and it does not start 11 like Lance said. It starts at 4:33. So everybody can get fucked. And now it's in front of our faces. And so Lance testifying in his statement is a lie. Tyler Robinson did not just contact him at 11 p.m. on Wednesday. That is a lie. He contacted him at 4:33 p.m. on Wednesday. It was right in front of our faces. And then I get people writing stuff online and they're starting with the 11 p.m. text on Wednesday. I'm like, what are you doing? This is not when it starts. It's just more bullshit. And then you get people pushing that shit. And I'm going to put it on my channel now. I'll go straight to X with this and say, well, when are they going to charge Lance? When is Lance getting charged? He lied. Wednesday, Lance said Tyler didn't contact him at all on Wednesday until 11 p.m. The text messages say something different. So then I'll just take the pictures that I took. Here you go. Boom, boom. Boom. There's 3 different versions of it. There you go. For fuck's sake. Wednesday, 4:33 p.m. is the first text message that Tyler sends Lance. Not 11 p.m. I just posted the pictures on X. Brian Anton wants us to know that Lance Twiggs says he never talked about LGBTQ issues with Tyler Robinson. Really? You don't think that maybe you should say that we never talked about Charlie Kirk ever, not once? Mm-hmm. These people are something else. Blake Neff, breaking. Lance Twiggs says that Robinson admitted to him in person on September 11th that the message he had sent the night before, presumably messages sent while he was trying to retrieve his rifle the night of September 10th, was true. He says Robinson told him he wishes he hadn't done it. Coleman says, your boyfriend has been gone 12 hours. You don't know where he went. He left earlier than usual. He left earlier than usual that day. You testify he did text all day until 11 p.m. Oh, but there it is. Me and Coleman literally at the same time put out the same fucking shit. But at 4:33 p.m., almost 6.5 hours before 11 p.m., you randomly text him. You loved him and didn't say or ask anything else. Well, he says, I love you, moi, moi. Tyler says that. Tyler's on the left side. Coleman messed it up. But he realizes that Tyler texts him, I love you, moi, moi. And then
As relates to 5.1.
But doesn't say like, hey, why did you leave so early? What are you up to? What are you doing?
I believe it's day 2, perhaps.
You want to get dinner later?
That sounds correct.
The court provisionally admitted it, contingent on additional foundation being laid, whether through testimony or through evidence. And the courts notes that such foundation and testimony has been laid in order for the foundation to be laid for 5.1 to be admitted into evidence for full consideration by this court. And so that is received. As it relates to publication and taking in consideration the argument by Mr. Novak, well, first noting the objection, the standing objections by defense, and that is overruled as it relates to the admission to 5.1. But going to the publication, the court understands the argument made by defense that this is going toward perhaps religion, and that the enhancement, and let me just read that from the information, victim targeting enhancement violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression, and that was also noted as an enhancement for count 2 and count 7. The court is not going to engage, the court can weigh how this is applied, but it finds it relevant, how it relates to the enhancement is for the court to weigh as it looks at the bind-over decision, and it's not engaging in that decision-making today, but finds that it is relevant, it is admissible to the court, and is publishable to the gallery as well as to the public. And so if the state wishes to publish State's Exhibit 5.1, it may do so at this time.
Thank you. Yes, we do. And Kimberly, I don't know if we want to use the same kind of slow scrolling. Thank you. All right, I believe that should be sufficient. And Agent Davis, I apologize. I'm going to take you very briefly back to State's Exhibit 16.1, which is the text thread between Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs. Kimberly, if you could turn to page 17. And because this has already been admitted and, court, correct me if I'm wrong, published not only to the gallery, but to cameras at large, I'd ask that it be displayed in that fashion again.
All right. Any input from any other party on that request? No. All right, thank you. It may be published, and the media may pick this up as well.
Agent Davis, if I can direct you to the very last message on that page, starting with "if any," if you could read that out loud.
Okay. This is Tyler. He says, if any police ask you questions, sorry, let me start over. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. My lawyer should be Doug Terry. I'll see if he can reach out to you and make sure the police follow.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need from that exhibit. And then finally, Agent Davis, you testified before that you flew down to Washington County Sheriff's Office and observed Tyler Robinson there, correct?
Correct.
You got his name there.
Yes.
You stated that you transported or assisted transporting him up to Utah County Jail
Yes,
and that you were the booking officer.
that's correct.
Do you recognize Tyler Robinson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could point him out and briefly describe something that he's wearing.
He's an individual seated at the defendant's table in the center chair with a gray suit coat and a green tie.
Your Honor, if record could reflect identification of the defendant.
Counsel?
No objection.
All right, I'll note for the purposes of this hearing only that Agent Davis has identified Mr. Robinson in court. Thank you.
And Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
Oh God, here we go.
Ready to pass the witness, thank you. And I don't know, if now would be a good time for lunch.
All right. We'll go ahead and break right now for lunch for 1 hour, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Let's come back at 1:30. We'll resume and we'll pick up the defense for cross-examination if they choose for Agent Davis. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we go on our lunch break?
Not the state.
I have no cross-examination for Agent Davis, so I don't want him to wait here if he has
What the fuck?
other things to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you.
No cross-examination. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right, Agent Davis, you may
Thank you.
step down,
Thank you.
and then we'll resume with the state on their next witness. Court is now in recess.
Oh my God. I can't. I'm not covering this the rest of the day. Fuck that. Are these people high? Cross-examination. We have nothing for this witness. They look at it as like he didn't do anything. That none of this means shit. What did he do? So we can just get up there and say, I mean, you don't want to use it to your advantage to see what he knows, what he did. You don't want to get him talking because if he's got to say something different in trial, then you can use this against him. We're going to pass this witness, no cross. And I think that's the last. Oh no, Kim has to come back on. So, I mean, I'm at a loss. All right, guys. Should we go back and watch what he says?
Message we see on page states
Definition about false statements, okay. First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified this in lieu of your
When I first met him, I didn't.
and we described your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway.
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone?
No,
Okay. I'm going to repeat those calls that state
Was for him, but it was probably,
when that was.
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when like an early
10th.
depending on like where the job was and how long it was for the day.
Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher like ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but like, you don't know the company that your boyfriend works for. You don't know what trade school he goes to. Is this? He's like, you know what I mean? Like, what does he? Does he not? Like, you don't know.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on like where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, like semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Into September 10th. Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early.
How do you know that? How the fuck do you know that he left early? How the fuck do you know that?
I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so
When did he tell you that? When you heard him leaving and he was already out the door?
early. Any guess as to what when that was?
You just said that he leaves at 7 a.m. for work. Okay. He's leaving at 4 or 5, and you're not like, what the fuck are you like? I'm sorry, what? What? This is fucking crazy.
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when like an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna spat his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
you mind. I hit it right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
How long have you been growing out your hair?
All right. So what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably like 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day.
No.
Why not? It's a Wednesday. Probably like 12 or 1 p.m. is when I woke up. Oh. Probably like you don't know. Like this day would just be so embedded in your fucking brain. Like,
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
lies. But is that a good thing? I think it's a great thing. He's like, he didn't message me directly that day at all. The fuck he did. He messaged you at 4:33. Wanted to plant it, baby. Planting the flag.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that like automated message.
Right there with that automated message. Dun, 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 dun. That automated message. Okay, how did you know that it was an automated like at the time? You wouldn't have known that it was an automated message. There's nothing that tells you that's an automated message. Okay. But did y'all just hear that? That's fucking bombshell. A bombshell. I was losing it. I was like, what? Let me tell you something. You can pre-schedule a lot of things on your phone. It's pretty wild. Yep, you can do it. In 2025, you could send a text to somebody, it's like, boom.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
And then boom, that goes away.
With that like automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
And right there, that's a lie though, you guys. Okay, it's a lie. I just played it back and showed you guys that fuck no, that was not the first time that they talked. 433. 433. Twiggs would know it was automated because when you got home, because, well, first of all, Tyler Robinson says the next thing he's like, oh my God, I meant to delete that. I had that set up. Okay. Well, that's what this is all about. So yes, because remember, kid comes home. Like, we're going to get into this part. You guys think about how whack this would be. Okay. First of all, I was mind blown. Homeboy has the phone that he had in September. Okay. They take pictures of it. And now they're saying that when he arrived in April, he had the same phone and had all the same cracks in it. Okay. Come on, man. Dude, that shit like pokes at your fucking fingers, okay, when you're trying to slide. Bullshit. Nobody keeps a nasty ass cracked phone like that. Like, it's so fucking annoying. You can't see shit. If all these, please. But this man kept it September all the way till April that he still had it, because that guy on the stand was like, oh yeah, when we saw him in April, this thing, yeah, he was talking about his, I saw his phone was all cracked up. Ridiculous. This is so good. This is priceless. The automated text message. The Celebrate will have that. Then this is like,
What about this? He asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning
for this. He asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember, because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember.
I want to hear about when this hunting trip was, when it was supposed to be. I can't breathe.
When he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay.
He said a couple months, then he says a month. But he had been talking about the camping trip for a couple months. Then this would have been like a month before. He wanted to engrave bullets to go hunting with his family. To say, hey, none of you motherfuckers are taking and claiming my kill shot, because I'm going to show you that that's my bullet.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the note.
He has a vagina.
Have been titled 16.3 with a note.
The note.
And this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it,
Yeah.
and then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around
Why didn't you ask him why did he take a picture of that?
11 o'clock or so on the 10th,
Yes.
the night of September 10th,
Mm-hmm.
right? And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your
And
bedroom?
you never saw it again after you placed it back on his desk? Who the fuck burned it? Where'd it go?
Yeah.
I now want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server of his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members?
Okay, so wait, they're showing him pictures. So he didn't bring his phone in. And why would he have Tyler's fucking Discord chats on his phone?
Of this server? I don't want names, just generally who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally who are these people?
This is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Dungeons and Dragons?
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Or go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
This is fucking crazy. This
So,
is nuts.
Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
So you were sitting here believing that this man has not been talked to by anybody for any reason since September 12th until April, until 420. I'm so sorry. We have a cooperating witness, but we don't talk to him from September 12th to 420. And it's just for this. Like, I mean, what?
And these other people are just others that are members of the server.
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So this is these are most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it.
Where'd you get this? How do you have?
Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
Okay.
See, I thought so. What the fuck are you? What is this? I thought so. What is this? He didn't text me anytime. You see, he says it again before 11. He didn't text me before 11 that night. Well, he says it. So that's the second time that he wants to make it perfectly clear that Tyler never texted me before 11. What?
Again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages.
That must make sense.
Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
September 12th. That's the group message? What?
Okay. All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th?
Okay,
So this is
let's
the
do
day
this.
after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house.
Okay, you guys, this is fucking crazy. Your boyfriend just tells you, okay, that he killed Charlie Kirk in text messages. Okay. And you go and get a letter and you read this shit, right? You can just fall asleep. You can just go to bed. What the well, you can just go to sleep. He tells you he's driving back. It's going to be about 3.5 hours. And you're not waiting up for him. You don't hear him come in the house, which would have been, I don't know, in the middle of the night, like at 4 a.m. Right? You guys did you guys talk on the phone at all? Like this, just, we only communicate via text. I never called him after he told me that he assassinated Charlie Kirk.
Up and around doing a lot of stuff. Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up.
Yeah, what time did you wake up? Like, again, are you just 12 to 1, your normal wake up time? Did you not have to work again? You know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to work again? What time did you wake up? And here's Matt McBride, or whatever the fuck his name is, McBride. I don't know what his first name is. Let's call him Chachi McBride here.
Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house.
Tyler Robinson's up. Okay, just, did you say ducking around the house doing a bunch of things? Like what?
And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside.
Wait,
I said I'll
what?
come home and say I'm doing laundry house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So
You guys, then he just throws in, you know, those text messages that I'm texting him again about, like, that I'm going to come home and do laundry. Excuse me? And then what do you mean, like, that? I thought you came home. What do you mean he drove off? Like, he was at home. What? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. McBride, you shouldn't be able to understand what he's even saying right now. Like, you'd be like, okay, wait, back up. Like, so you go to sleep and Tyler doesn't like come home and like come in your room or anything and be like, hey, honey, I'm home. Like, This is absolute fucking nuts. And when a prosecutor just wants to sit there and let whatever this is be, they're not working. They're supposed to be working for we the people. We the people fire you. This is nuts. Because it doesn't make any sense. And it can't make sense to fucking McBride. Because he should be having this many, he should be asking the questions I'm asking right now. Wait, okay, back up. He tells you it's going to take him like 3.5 hours to get home. Okay. So do you go to sleep? What did you do? You go to sleep? But remember, this is limited. What, like why does he, what? Give me more. Why did he need immunity again? Because what, he confesses to you and you just don't go to the police? I mean, what's in that other, I don't know, 13 minutes that they took out from 7 to 20-minute mark?
I just went back to my parents' house.
But why would he? I didn't want him to come to my parents' house. Are you referring to your parents' houses where you guys lived? I don't understand.
And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry because I didn't want.
Where I texted him and said I would come home and say that I'm doing laundry. It's like he gives himself up right there. It's like he's like saying, when I'm saying that, it's like somebody told me to say that to keep him to come home. Like, I'm going to come home and do laundry. Like, that means you left the house. So what do you mean? You woke up in the morning, you saw him, you saw that he was just like all like herky jerky. But remember that the testimony out here is that Lance went to the St. George Police Department at 9 on the 11th. So after Tyler left, then Lance was like, oh my God, okay, I think I need to go to the police department. I think I need to like, you guys, come on. This is nuts.
Him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home and it was just him there and I said bye to him and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
Oh, really? Because then I thought you went to the police department. So then he says, I went back to my parents' house. So he's over here saying that there would be cops at his parents' house. I mean, like, this is all nuts. Anybody that's going to sit here and believe any of this shit is fucking nuts. And that's just my take on it. If you want to sit here and believe this shit, okay, you have the right to do that. And I'm going to sit here and I have the right to tell you that I think you're absolutely nuts for listening and entertaining any of this shit. Because you have a prosecutor that's sitting right there that should be saying, wait, start back from the top here. What time did you wake up? And when you woke up, what time? Again, 12 or 11, because you were just able to sleep. Like, there was an assassination and this dude's just sleeping. This is supposed to be reliable, and it's supposed to give the judge that security of like that this guy has credibility, right? And in my opinion, the prosecutor that's sitting in that room trying to proffer the statement up to the, to the courts here in this 1102 statement, they did a horrible job. And I'm sorry, but if you're a judge, do not reward piss poor job. Like, this is a joke. And then, but the only thing that matters here is that this dude is saying that this is his phone and those are text messages, and that, hey, Cellbrite confirms that those text messages are in his phone and that picture was taken. And I'm just still wondering over here, why was Lance needed in a preliminary hearing? Use Cellbrite. Cheers. All right. Well, I would say that we'd be getting some amazing cross-examination, but that's not what's going to happen. The defense has passed on this officer to cross-examine him in any way, and they're going to call up that woman, or did she already go? That Kim woman that only testified for like a brief period of time because it was, I can't remember, did she go before they had Davis? Because they had to recall her. And then I just know that the defense has a witness that is not available tomorrow. And so they need to get to this one person, which is an ATF agent. And so I guarantee you, I'm curious if they passed on this fucking dude because they need to get to this ATF agent who cannot be there tomorrow. So. I think they're going to cross him later after the defense witness. No, they excuse him completely. That's not happening at all. None of that's happening. They're not crossing him. And you would never recall him as your own witness. You would cross. You can lead and you can just do whatever the fuck you want. But it seems like in Utah, you can just do whatever you want regardless. So who gives a shit? Everybody's just leading everybody down the yellow brick road over here. So just so we're clear here, if that Kim woman, I think her name was, or Jen, she's an officer with the SBI. She's supposed to get called back by the state. And then after that, the defense is taking over and they just have two witnesses, which is, well, they had three, but they already did their one witness from the FBI with the lab and DNA shit. And so the remaining two witnesses that they have is the ATF, and that's to go over the ballistics. So I don't know. I think I might just end my live. I mean, I'm really not Lance Twiggs. I'm blown. Lance Twiggs comes with his long hair, his flowing locks. I'm fucking dead. Yes, Lance. I just love it. I just absolutely love it. I'm Erica Kirk. I'm so pissed that this is all I got to see about this boy. I mean, I can only imagine. Let's see what if Twitter's going crazy. I mean, I'm over here like, when is Lance getting charged? The other part that I thought was funny is Lance Twiggs recorded testimony when shown the surveillance footage. He said he's not 100% certain it's Tyler Robinson just because of camera quality and angles, but it looks like him. It looks like him. This directly validates what the public has been saying about the state's grainy, low-quality videos and photos. Then when asked if he talked about it with his friends, Twiggs replied, "I can't remember. Your boyfriend allegedly just murdered someone in a high-profile assassination, and you can't remember talking to your friends about it." This is who we're giving immunity to. He gave the state dick. Literally. Said, "You want some of my sausage, motherfucker? You want it in your mouth? In your ass. What you want, baby? You want it? Okay." This is crazy. His live-in boyfriend, who saw him daily, still wasn't 100% sure from the footage. Fucking love it. Sorry, but I think it's just wow. Twiggs never heard Tyler talk about Charlie Kirk or LGBTQ issues for his testimony. Like, does that not just blow off the state's theory of this entire case? I'm sorry, I can't contain myself. This is just pure comedy for me because the state's over here knowing because they already took this recording. They recorded this motherfucker in April. They're in here in July, knowing that Lance is in a recorded statement saying, "We never talked about Charlie Kirk ever. We never talked about fucking politics. We never talked about Dick. Okay, we gamed. I don't even know him. Okay." Lance Twiggs 2025 versus Lance Twiggs 2026. Is this the same person or are we bamboozled? I have no idea. Oh my God, there's a book bag on him now. Oh, also, he's like, I never saw that hat before. I've never seen that hat before. Candace Owen says, hello to everyone who is just beginning to pay attention to this trial. Some of us have been reading and covering the extensive court filings for months leading up to this hearing, and we therefore already knew this offensive hearsay video from Lance Twiggs was going to be played today. None of this is shocking or new to people who can read. The scandal was that the judge ruled the defense could not vet the alleged text messages, Discord messages, or cross-examine Lance at this hearing. So what you are watching is a highly likely federal asset deliver an entirely unvetted narrative for the sole purpose of paid influencers, then creating videos to pretend his testimony is overwhelming and shocking. Enjoy the early show trial. Lance, in my view, and in the view of most rational people who have been following, is the FBI's co-conspirator who helped to set Tyler Robinson up. Accordingly, he has been protected since day one. Need more information? Try reading the court filings. Fucking everybody is losing their minds. Thank God people are on it. They're like, am I reading this wrong? Charlie gets shot Wednesday at 12:23 p.m. And you're telling me at 4:33 p.m., less than 4 hours later, Tyler says nothing to Lance other than "I love you, moi moi." Yeah, and then Lance, this is what I cannot believe. This is what these people got from that. This is what these people got from that. I'm like, are you? No, what you should have got from that is that Tyler or Lance Twiggs just fucking lied under oath while he's getting immunity about when these two motherfuckers talked. I cannot. God. Trisha Hope says, why is Twiggs referred to as roommate instead of Lance? Tyler says, I am still okay, my love, but am stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, remember we thought that they talked on the phone? Okay. There's no talking on the phone allegedly from this dipshit, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. Roommate. What? You were the one who did it, right? You weren't the one who did it, right? I am. I'm sorry. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. What? Dude, this Lance kid is like, he's never mentioned this dude's name ever. I'm tired of his hatred. Why wouldn't Lance be like, dude, who the fuck is Charlie Kirk? Who is this guy that you just fucking whacked? Who is he? You never even talked to me about him. You hate giving blowjobs more than you hate fucking Charlie Kirk, okay? absolutely believable that I have to sit here and watch this shit unfold. Prosecution. Did you and Tyler ever discuss political issues like gender identity or LGBTQ rights? Lance Twiggs. No. So Robinson killed Charlie for being anti-trans, but never discussed gender identity issues with his trans furry loving boyfriend. Bullshit, says Stu Peters. Everybody, if I hear Nancy Grace tonight talk about how fucking awesome this interview was, or whatever this 1102 is, I'm gonna go live and absolutely slam. I'm gonna baste her in her own saliva. Brian Etten says, Lance Twiggs said he never heard Tyler Robinson talk about Charlie Kirk. Oh, fuck. Lionel Media says, the state has a solid case. It only has to clear 3 tiny, tiny hurdles. Number 1, conclusively link the recovered rifle to the fatal shot. 2, prove that the rifle was fired shortly before it was found. And 3, explain why no gunshot residue test was performed on Tyler Robinson. Well, guess what I'm hearing now? That those are the most unreliable tests ever. But guess what? That's what has Sheldon Dieter Jr. in fucking prison right now versus having a new trial because of a juror misconduct issue. Because he didn't have it on his hands or anything like that, but it was in his vehicle, but it really wasn't because it was only 2 out of the 3 particles. And a cop got in his car to move the fucker after the cop moved the fucking car of the 911 caller who wasn't over the body when the 911 call was made. Make that all make sense. Let's see who else. Who else? Andrew, 1 hour ago. Just now, Lance Twiggs, while reviewing surveillance footage, still images, says he recognizes Tyler Robinson. Full relevant quote. Oh my God. Do you see these spins? Do you see this stuff? In quotes, I wouldn't say with 100% certainty just because of the camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the last 2, definitely do look like him. They do look like Tyler Robinson. I cannot breathe. I wouldn't say with 100% certainty just because of the camera quality. Oh boy. Dairy Queen's cameras versus Fed slop cameras. Come on, give me a break. Oh boy. Yeah, but the man. I mean, just unreal. Let me remind you. Authenticating text messages or Discord communications requires evidence that they are genuine. This can include forensic extraction from a device, records obtained from Discord, metadata, testimony from participants, admissions by the account holder, or other corroborating evidence. Authentication establishes, yeah. So I just don't understand why they didn't go that route. Damn. I thought Lance destroyed the letter, but nope. He lifted the keyboard at 11 p.m., read the note, put it back down on the desk, and took a picture and never saw it again. That's what I think's crazy too. Makes no sense. Man. Damn. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to tell you. This case, no way. No way. I mean, I feel horrible. Lance said nothing at all that makes Taylor look guilty. And who goes to court chewing gum like a cow? Says Mary. Get him, Mary. YouTube creators are growing in size, not in a good way. I don't know what that means. All right. Lance, he said he was engraving bullets, for a camping trip. Lance is just clueless. I don't even know if Lance is gay. Lance doesn't come across as gay. I was totally expecting, he has a really deep voice. Lance does. So. All right, guys, we will see you on the next one. You feel free to watch it on Court TV. I'll be paying close attention. We'll be back tomorrow morning. I think I've seen enough for today. This is absolutely craziness. Have a good one.